Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Ubisoft Community Lounge, live from Gamescom. I'm Anna, I'm a community developer, and I'm sitting here with the team from Unfrozen, Katja, Bart, and Alex. I'm just going to hand over the mic to them, and they will talk a lot about the community for Olden Era.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katja. So, long story short, let's just dive into the talk. So, today's topic is how are we working with the community? What are we doing? How are we approaching the audience of Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era game? So first, let's take a look at the latest gameplay trailer. Right, a few words about us. We are Unfrozen team. We've been working on the Olden Era game for almost, I think, like 4 or 5 years. So, and Unfrozen was established in 2016. We're a group of almost 50 people, and we consider ourselves like more on the indie side of things. So the first our project was Errata's Lord of the Dead. It has sold pretty well for an indie company, so that project paved the way for us to work on Olden Era. And today with you and us, my name is Katja. I'm the marketing lead at Unfrozen. Here is Bart. He's our community manager, and here is Alex. He's also our community manager and marketing manager. So, first question to you guys: who played Heroes? Wow, nice. That's good. We have an audience of fans here. That's exciting. No pressure at all for us. No pressure.
Not at all.
So, of course, all of you know that Heroes of Might and Magic is a long-standing franchise, and it's been almost 30 years since it started, and it has a lot of love from the community, and the community itself is very passionate and very dedicated. So it's been our I'll talk about it in a little bit, but it was like one of our pillars while we were developing Olden Era. Also, we want to expand the love for the franchise to new audiences as well, because we want to we want to stimulate other people to deep dive into Heroes of Might and Magic, and we want to share the love for the story, for the game, for the legendary franchise with other people as well. And we position ourselves as, and we're trying to kind of fit that. We are, as developers, next door. So we are always there. We're trying to stay very close to the various Heroes community and work smoothly on the feedback that the community provides to us. But you would say, like, you're game developers. Yes, community is important, but why do you care so much? First, we come from this community as ourselves. For example, me, I was growing up playing Cossacks and rediscovered also like the love for turn-based strategy games with Baldur's Gate 3, and
in my case, I played strategy games since I was pretty much a kid. I've also been a part of Acid Cave's community for over 15 years, so I'm a Heroes player at the core. And if there's a strategy game out there, there's a huge chance I've played it.
Yeah, I've been a huge part of Heroes community so far. I'm a streamer as well for Heroes 3 for about 5 years now. And I've participated in a lot of tournaments since I'm a competitive player. And I've also played Heroes since I was 5. It's been 25 years of pretty much all the expansions and everything out there.
So we understand how important it is to players to feel also kind of on the on one page with developers, and we understand what it feels like to be taken care of. So we are trying to do it ourselves, and here are the things that we want to share. How are we doing that exactly? So Alex, take the floor.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've done was our collaboration with Asset Cave, where during December we did the Advent calendar. And say hello to Acid Dragon, the founder of the Asset Cave over there. But yeah, we worked together to create and translate the Advent calendar, where we revealed a whole bunch of interesting things. Acid Cave, together with us, provided the Polish translation of the whole event. And all of that culminated in a massive reveal shortly before Christmas that Alex can tell you more about.
Yeah, the December month has been a huge month for us because not only we had a whole month of daily reveals and we worked really hard on, but we actually finished it with a live stream for the audience where we had a Q&A, we responded to a lot of the questions, and most importantly, we revealed the music composers for the game for the first time. So we had obviously our legendary Romero, Mr. Romero, that is working with us to create the music, as well as a new composer for the franchise, who is Chris Velasco. He has been a huge fan of the series as well, so it's an honor to work with him. And on top of it all, we have it all orchestrated, or most of the music will be orchestrated by Heroes 3 Orchestra and Mateusz. So we're really happy to have them on board with us, and it's been a pleasure so far. We've already revealed some of the tunes in most of our reveals. It's almost only our own music, so I hope you can all enjoy it so far for us. On top of that, it's very important to us to listen to the community and everything that you have to say to us, because we know as fans how important that is. And for so long, everyone wanted to develop more, to introduce more mechanics into the game, to have quality of life changes. So this is exactly why we're taking this approach to directly communicate with our audiences and just placing as much as you share with us into the game so that we have an easier time.
Yeah, the question was, since the announcement, the question who is the composer for Heroes, for the Heroes Olden Era was like the top one question, and we understood that we need to address it as soon as possible, but we also wanted to do it in a very interesting way, to build the hype and then reveal it together with other maestros that are working on the game.
Exactly. We wanted to have a little bit of fun with it, but apart from that, we also collaborated together with PvP communities of Heroes 3, in this case with Heroes 3 GG. Back in October, I had a chance to attend the 25th anniversary of Heroes 3 tournament, where I got a chance to meet with PvP players and ask them questions what a PvP Heroes game needs to succeed, what they need, what over those years they were lacking in terms of tools, in terms of features. And thanks to talking to them and to learning from them what they need, we were able to later on implement that feedback into our game.
Yeah, it's been a huge part for us to listen to the community and to just introduce as much as we can into the game. And that is exactly why we started collaborating with more and more people. So one of the biggest parts of our journey so far has been Anna from Heroes Take Turns. Anna, please come on stage as well and introduce yourself. She's been making videos on her channel from the very beginning, and we've been so amazed by the commitment that we decided to go forward and work with her.
Please applause for Anna.
Yep.
Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Alex. I'm a little bit nervous, but I hope I can speak well. So I'm Anna from Heroes Take Turns, and I want to speak shortly why I'm here. So last year in August, I saw the Olden Era announcement trailer, and I could not believe that a new original Heroes game is coming out. after so many years of waiting. Needless to say, as a fan of Hero series myself, I was very, very excited, as I am right now. I was so thirsty for more information about Olden Era that I remember I watched all the interviews with Unfrozen, and I was reading so much information online as I could. And as I learned more about the game, we, a team of 2, decided to start a YouTube channel and share this information with the community. Initially, we also planned to talk about other turn-based games, but I was so excited about Olden Era that I focused mainly on topics about Olden Era. I was very surprised that after my first videos, I got such a positive feedback from the Heroes community. And long story short, the Unfrozen team approached me and suggested a collaboration, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. So I narrate their devlogs on their official YouTube channel, and the team is so wonderful to work with. Everyone is very kind, is very helpful, and I want to thank you one more time for taking the initiative, approaching Ubisoft and pitching their idea about a new Heroes game. And here we are, almost close to early access.
Yes.
So lastly, I want to thank Unfrozen and Ubisoft for inviting us to Gamescom. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming here.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, for being here and collaborating with us. It's been an honor to have you, and we're really excited for even more devlogs and even more videos with you. It's been a pleasure. Going forward, we would like to go into a bit of a feedback response that we had from the community so far in the past year. There's been a lot of different perspectives when it comes to town views, for instance, to the graphic style, and we want to listen as much as we can. That's why we came up with so many different changes. We already showcased some of them, like, for instance, the Necropolis rework or the Temple rework, where we changed a lot of models, we added a lot of depth to the town screens, and we made them overall much more visually appealing to everyone's taste. The feedback so far has been very positive to the changes, and if needed, we will continue doing even more changes to the remaining towns or whatever people basically want to see the most. So it's very important to us to have this kind of approach, and we hope going forward that we'll even get more feedback in early access, and we'll see from there. Bart?
Yeah. Apart from that, we've been listening to all the feedback that has been provided to us, and one of those results is that we have introduced color profiles to the game, which allow you to change its saturation. We updated a lot of models, like Alex mentioned, like, for example, the angels that you're seeing right now. And we are always on the lookout, trying to see what you guys share with us, what you guys wish to see, what you think about all the content that we have provided you so far. And it's very important to us that you feel heard and that you feel like your voice matters, because otherwise, this is not a game just for us, it's also a game for you after all.
Yeah, the community has been a huge part of Heroes, and we want everyone to feel like they're still a part of Heroes and they can share with us anything that might make it into the game. But everything that matters is information in the end. How much do we share, how transparent we are, and everything that we do. That is why right now we have a series of devlogs that has been there, well, for the better part of last year already. We're trying to share as many mechanics as we can. We're having full faction reveals. And on top of that, of course, all the videos with Anna, where we not only share what our perspective is, but share something that the community will be able to see themselves playing the game. And because of that, it's been really important to make these devlogs with as much information as we can. So your feedback back to us will be comprehensive as well, because we want the players to have an idea of what needs to be there and what's good. And with that in mind, we can obviously make the changes we need as well. So going forward, there will be even more devlogs. We will try to finish pretty much all of the mechanics in the game, as well as having some tutorials as we get closer to early access. And with those tutorials, we hope that it will be even simpler for the new audiences to go into the game, to try it out for the first time, and to overall have a really good time playing the game for the first time. So expect a lot more of these.
Yeah, so in the devlogs, we're just trying to break down all the mechanics and just to put it in a very simple words, even if these mechanics are new or some are more well-known. We want to for people to understand and to get the grip of what we've been cooking, and for some mechanics, for example, for the new ones, we need to be a bit more explicit because these are new, and the game itself, even though the core loop is rather obvious, there are so many deep techniques in the game itself. We're aiming for replayability, so we insert a lot of small stuff here and there, so people will enjoy the game as much and as in any variations as they can imagine.
Another big part of our approach so far has been the playtests. Of course, not everyone can join in. We needed only a limited amount of people so far, but it's mainly for us to test our network and server stability. However, we've been receiving an immense amount of feedback. People have offered information about every system in the game, every mechanic in the game, and not only the playtest, but we also have our internal beta testing, where playtesters there have been providing feedback as well for the past year. There's been a huge amount of changes already that we made based on that. I think the game, personally at least, has improved consistently because of them. So I thank you all for providing this feedback to us, whoever is in the playtest and everyone that is doing so even without access to the game. It's extremely valuable to us, so we thank you all. On the screen right now, you can also see some of the old gameplay as well as the new one. We've provided quite a few clips that showcase how the game is and what its stance is right now. We've made changes to visibility, we've made changes to the UI, to the creatures, to the battles, to pretty much everything there is. And the game is constantly improving. And we hope that you all have a bit more patience with us until we go into early access, of course, because this is exactly what we need to do in order to come up with an even better game that people can enjoy right away without having bugs and issues and wanting to see something that should be there, but we just didn't have time for. So our approach is to take our time to make sure everything is as good as we can make it, and then with early access to go into a game where we can listen to as much feedback as possible, continue to improve the game even further. There will be constant updates, probably even weekly ones, and that's exactly what we plan to do.
Yeah. We pretty much wanted to shine and be a new game in the Heroes franchise that everyone will be able to play and enjoy.
Yep.
And to finish this off, we've had an insane amount of people that signed up for our playtests. We're sorry we cannot have all of you. We wish we could, but it has been great for us. Katya?
Yeah, so summing up, we collaborate with community voices. We're trying to highlight the voices from the community to kind of try to work together on some content, some specific features in the game. We are optimizing our pipeline to fit this feedback, because this is really very tricky for a game development studio. Be really quick with this, changes basing on the feedback. So some stuff is quite relatively simple to introduce. For example, the color profiles, but the other things like redesigning units or models, it's really a daunting task, and we appreciate time that people give us to try to navigate all these things. We also, as I said, reading all the comments that people and you guys have left to us it is a full-time job, and actually, for better or for worse, we're reading all of the comments. YouTube comment section, it's kind of breaks our hearts sometimes, but it's still we understand that people need to talk. People need to have a say, and we are allowing it to happen. And that's why we're posting as many reveals as we can, fresh out of the oven, some kind of some units, some factions. We're revealing something very soon, and we this is a. Can I say that? I'm not sure. Anyways, we're revealing something very soon, and it's also been in it's been done a few, I don't know, maybe a month ago or something like that. So it's in the development pipelines rules, it's really, really fresh out of the oven.
We have a lot of reveals prepared for you in the upcoming weeks, so keep tuned.
Yeah, and we also have a lot of questions. For example, some people do not quite understand. Sometimes we're not super specific about some mechanics and stuff. So we are writing devlogs for people to understand our point of view, understand how are we approaching what was in our how we made the decisions we made, and what is behind these decisions, and of course data and analyzing playtest feedback. As Alex and Bart said already, we the amount of plate what's it called
latest requests.
Yeah, request for the playtest was immense. We didn't expect that, and we haven't really announced it in a big. We didn't have a big announcement for it, and even with that, we were so overwhelmed. But that is so cool. It is I don't know. We were through the roof about this. We were raving about these numbers, so that is so cool. Yes, we cannot allow everybody at once, but we're still working on it, and we're inviting more and more people, because we understand, in the modern games, it is important to kind of have stable networking, stable networks. So we're trying to kind of accommodate for that. So this is why we're also doing this playtest, just to kind of understand the technical side of this, understand the interest, to be able to accommodate the interest. So
we just have another playtest wave coming in. So we hope as many of you as possible got in.
So that's basically it for us. Thank you very much, and we are happy to answer all of your questions. And we'll talk about it.
Here for you now.
You have a QR code over there if you want to pose some questions. In the meanwhile, just to highlight, we have some really famous heroes here in the audience as well. Not just Acid Dragon, we also have Dark Dragon. And Hellburn. Hellburn, hello. And Max from Celestial Heavens. And everyone else here who's contributing and being a hero, thank you so much. Okay, we do have some questions. I will read them out, and you can choose who answers.
Yep.
First one is from Stefan. How many factions will there be in Olden Era? Will they come with as it launches? And if not, how many will come as we progress with DLCs and so on?
So at Early Access, we'll have 6 factions. 3 of these factions are very familiar to Heroes players. These are Temple, Necropolis, and Dungeon. And 3 of them will be new ones. That would be Hive, Sylvan, and Schism. All of these factions will be playable at Early Access. As for the DLC, was there a question about DLCs?
Yes.
So basically, DLC is a whole another level. Let's take it step by step. So we are in our milestones are pretty much obvious. We are releasing early access. Then we spent some time in early access to tweak the game, to kind of work with community, continue work with community on this, and then we release the final, like 1.0, the final version. And after that, we can talk about DLCs like in more precise way, not like as an ideas, but as like concrete exact plans.
Second question from Danilo. Is 2025 release date on stream actually realistic? Is there going to be hot seats or a local multiplayer mode?
Yeah, so we're still aiming to release by the end of 2025. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. The second part of the question was hot seat is available. Yeah, hot seat is available.
Yeah. Hot seat and multiplayer mode are going to be in the game.
Yep.
Okay. Then we have a question from Andres. Have you recorded all of the music? And if yes, did you use a real orchestra?
We have finalized the music. It's been done. It's right now. It's in the build already, and some of the tracks were orchestrated by Heroes Orchestra.
Then we have a question from someone who's very suspicious. It's not really a question. It's a statement. Please don't do a dwarf faction.
You know what? Yesterday we had a talk. And there was the opposite suggestion. Please do a dwarf faction. So, you know, it's kind of like everything is very contradictory.
It is like that sometimes when you get feedback from the community. It will actually have, you know, people have different voices and different opinions. So we can't implement everyone's particular wishes. We will try to listen, but you can't always do exactly what everyone wants, obviously.
Yeah.
But currently, there are no dwarves planned.
Yeah, so if you have got, any questions for Bart and Alex, yeah.
We are happy to answer them.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a question from the Lich King. It's scary.
First, what are you doing here? This is the wrong booth.
They're wondering, do we get vampire overlords? And will they actually be overpowered again?
So vampires now are a tier 7 necropolis unit. I know that there was this term coined in Heroes 3 for them because they were basically called pralka in the Polish scene because they were able to like beat the entire map by themselves. Now they're a tier 7 unit, the strongest one in the lineup. And yes, they are still pretty strong.
Of course.
We brought the vampires to their actual value.
Yeah. No more tier 7 in disguise.
We have a question from Adrian. Why are there less hexes on top and bottom of the hex battle map than in the middle part?
So if I understand this question right, is this a question about why is the battlefield smaller, basically?
Yeah, I think so.
So this is more of a question for the panel yesterday, but I think I'm able to answer it. Essentially, the decision was to make a little bit more compact battlefield because by having a smaller battlefield, you balance the scales between melee and ranged units. Smaller battlefield means that melee units have an easier time getting to the ranged units, and as such, it's just easier to balance them. And that was a big problem overall in general. And many people who played Heroes 3 probably remember that sometimes it would take 3, 4, even 5 turns to get to a ranged unit, and that was hell for many.
And then we have, I think, a final question from Andres saying, will the game be available for Mac?
We are planning to do multiple platform support, but this will be done in early access towards the full release. Until early access, we want to, well, we aim at Steam only right now. So after that, we will consider all the other platforms, and we will try our best to do Mac as well. I think it's one of the main considerations and main suggestions from the audience. But it's likely to come towards the 1.0 release, if anything.
Yeah, so right now we're aiming at Steam early access, like the standard thing. Then we will like take a look at our like production pipeline, and we'll see whether we can fit like porting to other platforms, whether it is feasible, in what time, and then we will also update our like followers on Steam definitely, and our community on all the steps that we're gonna take after early access. So after we go to early access, there we will publish the pipeline of everything that we're going to do, and like with the kind of projected timelines, so everybody can see and everybody can register our progress and also kind of leave their feedback on it. So we will try to be as transparent as we can, and but we're also like a small studio, so we need to like our resources are limited. But we're trying to kind of we heard that there is a lot of interest in other platforms, and especially for Mac. I'm a Mac user as well, so I'm kind of very interested in having a Mac version. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We know about this. We'll try to accommodate that.
Yeah, we know how important this is to the community. We will try our best, of course. And as Katja said, we are a small studio. We need to prioritize. And of course, polishing the game and making sure that everything runs smoothly comes first before porting it to other platforms as well. So exactly. We have our priorities. We know what to do. But we will try to make it happen by the time 1.0 release comes in.
Cool. In that case, thank you so much, everyone, for coming here. And it's been a joy. And if you have any questions or want to give your feedback, Anna and Gary over there will be recording a little bit. And if you want to ask questions and be on camera, you can do that. Be a hero together with all of us. And we might use that later for some purposes. Just so you know. Once again, thank you so much.
Devlogs. Sorry, I cut you off.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Lounge at Ubisoft at Gamescom, live from Gamescom. I am sitting here. I am Anna. I am a community developer, and I'm sitting here with some people from Spring Juice. We have Felix, the game director, and we have Marcel, the producer.
Hello.
Felix, who are you today?
Well, I'm not the person I would say that I was 8 years ago when the whole thing started with Morbid Metal, to be honest. Today I'm the game director and the founder of Screen Juice, and together with Marcel, kind of like the person that is making sure that we are making the Morbid Metal that we want to make. But yeah, I used to be a different person, I would say. I used to be a solo developer, working on the game, just kind of in my bedroom for a long while. But now I'm somehow sitting here at a Ubisoft stage.
Wild journey. How did all that start? Did it just like snowball?
Yeah, I mean, it started when I was in university, kind of like a small project on the side that I wanted to do to get my portfolio going, and like, I mean, I had to work at some point, right? So I need a portfolio, need to get started with my career, and it kind of just somehow snowballed with the project. You know, the project is very different now than it used to be back then, but at some point it just all fell into place, I would say.
Yeah, indeed. Did you ever have doubts through this journey?
When did I not have doubts is the better question. And like even still sometimes it happens. But especially when I was solo developing, I had days where I thought that like, what am I even doing with my life here? Like, nobody's ever gonna play this. This is not fun. There were really some really big roller coaster days. And especially sometimes, you know, when imposter syndrome really kicked in, when you watch like talks from like other, you know, established developers, and they really know what they're doing, and then I'm here in my bedroom just doing things that I think are fun. It can get to your head sometimes, for sure.
Sure. I hear that Reddit r/gaming kind of helped as well. Do you want to do a shout out?
Absolutely, yeah. So a couple of years ago, there was the time where I made a Reddit post about Morbid Metal, and it kind of blew up, and it opened a lot of doors. And I would even say, like, I don't think I might be sitting here if it wasn't for that post somehow. So yeah, I'm very grateful for the community over there. Thank you so much, guys.
But it all started, let's go back to the very beginning. It all started with something called Unfold. Do you want to tell us?
Absolutely. So Unfold was the name of what is now Morbid Metal, but it was back then when I started in university. It kind of is the same game since then. Well, at least we have character switching, which is basically the only thing that remained. But it was called Unfold because it took place in a origami-themed setting. So we would be playing a piece of paper that's like unfolding into different, shapes, and that's like the only similarity to Morbid Metal now. But it has evolved during these past 8 years, going, from a very spell-focused and more, laid back and slower paced game to what it is now with very action packed and visual gameplay, very fast paced, very stylish, definitely more on the likes of Devil May Cry and like very character action gamey, rather than what it used to be 8 years ago.
Absolutely. What were your inspirations? What made you start all of this? What made you want to be a game developer?
Well, I just wanted to make a game that I wanted to play. That was like the initial thought. I mean, of course, I wanted to make something for my portfolio, but like there was a question like, what am I making, right? And I really felt the need for a game like this, because I felt like there wasn't really something out there like this exactly, and I had inspiration from games that I was playing. Back then it was a lot of Dota 2, and it shaped up to be, over the past years with Devil May Cry, Nier Automata, Metal Gear Rising, to be the game it is now. And it just always took inspiration from things that I just thought were really awesome and really cool. I mean, that's our philosophy in general with Morbid Metal. We want to make something that's cool, and we want players to have a good time. And that's how we design things in general. Like, is it cool? Is it feasible for us to make it? And then we probably make it.
That's how it should be. But now you actually have a studio. I forget, how many are there now?
We're around 15 people now. So
that's good. That's
yeah, quite the difference from just me in my bedroom a couple of years ago to now. But it was a slow but steady, increase. We didn't just hire 15 people off the bat and just devolve into chaos. Luckily, that was not how we went about this. But we grew over time in the past years.
Yeah, it must have been quite a change going from being alone to being the head of a lot of people.
Yeah,
developing a game. Yeah,
definitely.
A lot of changes has to happen.
I mean, there's multiple things that kind of go into this. On the one hand, I needed to learn to kind of let go of just giving away responsibilities, right? When you're alone, you kind of have control over every little thing, and for better or worse, that was cool. But really, having such a passionate team and developers in our team that really are doing such a great job, and it made it really easy to actually learn and give away responsibility. And I'm so grateful that we are the team we have now. And I don't think Morbid Metal would be even close to what it is now without this great team.
Absolutely not. So, how about we actually play the game? I'm going to call you out, Marcel. He's here to be pretty and to play the game expertly today.
I was wondering when I'd see
So
you
Felix,
again.
do you want to show us a little bit about what the team has been adding, what you're proud of, and the philosophy behind all of this?
Okay, sure. So let me just start off with where we are right now. This is basically the Void Hub. That's the place where you're getting back to every time you die. I mean, Morbid Metal is a roguelike, right? You're gonna die. We even want you to die. Spoiler alert. It's gonna happen a lot. When I'm playing, it's sometimes happening more often than for other people. That's why Marcel is here today.
Hopefully.
But yeah, this Void Hub, for example, is a creation of the team where you can manage all your meta progression updates. For this the Gamescom demo, that is not the case, but in the early access release that is happening very soon, you'll be able to manage all your upgrades. You can upgrade your characters, you can have upgrades that affect the player as a whole, and these are off lease permanent, right? So you don't lose them on death, they are there to stay, and you can just increase your power level over time. And yeah, the Void in general is a really big part of the game that was not at all what my original vision when I was starting off with the game. It wasn't part of it, and it kind of was one of the big things that the team developed that is just became such a big part of the game now. We frequently go back to the Void as a player, not only just for the Void, like the hub world where you manage upgrades, but overall it also has a very big narrative impact, and where you meet Eden at the shop. So it's a big part of the game now.
You will go far yet.
You want to say something?
So basically, after each combat, we have a selection of routines that are presented to the player. These routines are upgrades that reset on death. So, of course, they make you better until you die, basically, and you lose all of that. These routines, have different ways of enhancing your playstyles, changing your playstyles. They even sometimes, kind of build on top of each other. We have like basic routines that enable some sort of, let's call it skill tree, if you will. That just kind of other routines that can then spawn built on top of. It's quite a complex system that just adds on top of the combat system we have for Morbid Metal.
I just want to say as well to you guys in the audience, you have a QR code over there, and if you scan it, you'll be able to send questions that I'll be asking, so you can have your questions answered if there's anything you're wondering about. Both when it comes to like solo development, indie development, being a game director, or about the game in general.
Ooh. I would also pick that for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you capable of?
This move you just did with Echo, basically this air attack while you're in the air with Echo and thrusting down, it's actually kind of a funny story, I would believe. It's been a point of discussion in the team for 2.5 years, I would say. Yeah, I mean, the general idea of that skill was always the same. It's the same that I originally developed like a couple of years ago. However, the team was very, very adamant about that this particular skill should also hit enemies in air and also, take them down with you to the ground. That was something, people in the team were really passionate about. That should be changed, and I was always very passionate about. No, it's supposed to be like that. We shouldn't change it. And actually, not that long ago, the team was like, come on, let's just try it out. Come on, we should try it out. Maybe it's cool, but believe in us. And I was like, okay, yeah, you know what, guys, you're right. I shouldn't be that stubborn, right? And we did it, and it was like such a good addition. Like, I'm very happy about that. And yeah, that's the thing, right? When you are a solo developer, you kind of also sometimes just get in this tunnel vision of just in your own echo chamber of your own ideas and your own thoughts, which sometimes is cool, right? I mean, there's like the saying of like too many cooks in the kitchen and stuff like that. But it's definitely not the case for a game like Morbid Metal. Like the amount of just you know, great ideas and additions that are coming from a team, it's just, yeah, it's so valuable, and I'm so grateful that we have the chance to do that as a team. And this was just like one of the examples of, you know, everyday things that you know make a difference so much. Yeah. And,
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Feedback is so important.
Absolutely.
And we also have a Discord that you can join and give feedback on the game, and we will listen. It's also really important to hear from your voices, from the players, not just from the studio.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's also why we're going into early access in the first place this fall, because, well, we're making a game that we ourselves are really passionate about and think is a lot of fun. But then again, it's just us. It's similar to when I was a solo developer. Like, it's just a small group of people now instead of just me. But we want to make sure it's fun for the players in the end, and that they, you know, get the game they want to play. And that's why we want to go into early access and really hear the community and develop the game together with them. Right, and not just, you know, thinking what we think is fun, doing what we think is fun. And a lot of, you know, a lot of this needs to be learned as well. It's my first game ever, right? I started this while I was still in university, and also just like having plans for what we want to do with the game, what content we want to add, but also then, of course, taking in all the feedback from the community and the ideas from them. It's a balancing act, and we need to make sure to really do a good job, you know, during the early access period. But I think we kind of started doing this with the demo that we put out on Steam, that is still available up until this point. It started in June, and we got so much great feedback, a lot of good things, you know. People are enjoying it for the most part, and it is, you know, really, really awesome to hear, especially as, you know, someone who is just working on this for such a long time, and mostly just, you know, friends and family telling them that it's fun, which is not necessarily a good indicator because it is biased as hell, but you know, and then, you know, at some point Ubisoft was signing the project, and it definitely gave a lot of confidence to me and the project as a whole, because like, okay, there's someone else other than my mom and my dad that believe in this.
Shout out to all the moms out there on Twitch as well, watching us right now, and my kids.
And so yeah, that helped, but now we also have like a little bit of proof for ourselves that we are definitely going in the right direction with the demo, and people really having a good time with it. And we want to continue this throughout the whole early access, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, here we can see the entrance to the shop that is also located in the void that I was mentioning earlier. And that's basically where Eden is lying, one of the, you know, important, you know, characters in our narrative and in our world.
You can see her right there.
Exactly.
Big scary lady.
So this shop offers the player the choice of, you know, putting all the hard-earned tokens into, you know, upgrades that they might need and want. Of course, getting routines after each combat is mostly random, right? You're presented a selection of them, but it's definitely, oh, I would take charged up any day. Like, hands down my favorite upgrade. It's quite simple. It just increases the amount of charges of Flux's Blink Strike from 1 to 3. Means you can just use it 3 times in a row, but it's really, really powerful. Please don't destroy it again. yeah. So this was a recycling machine, so to speak. You could recycle 2 of the routines you already have that you felt like you weren't that happy with, maybe don't really fit your playstyle, or just were like not really fitting your build, for the chance to get to select a new routine that might be a way better fit. In this case, I believe it was a good trade in the end. So sometimes it's situational. Sometimes you're just super happy with your routines and you feel like, oh yeah, this is the run. I'm super lucky. I'm getting everything I need. That said, though, sometimes you just jump into a laser, like I did on the pedal yesterday, and you lose all of that. That happens too. But that's just roguelike, right? You die over and over, and get further a little bit every time. Sometimes you have awesome runs, sometimes you don't. It's the nature of a game like this.
Indeed.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So we just took charge up like a moment ago, which gives us 3 blink strike charges, and now we have a different upgrade that kind of increases. Well, not increases, but doubles the damage of blink strike. And these 2 combined obviously have a very big synergy, just dishing out a lot of damage. And Marcel's. I'm pretty sure Marcel is just gonna zip about the place and just destroy enemies. I hope I don't eat my words right now and he messes up. But we'll see about that.
We've also gotten a few questions from the audience, if you want to answer them.
Yes, of course, yeah. Let's go.
We have one question from a fan saying, what games are your main inspiration?
It definitely changed over time, but nowadays it's definitely Devil May Cry, Nier Automata, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and also Returnal and Hades are also a big part of the inspiration, for sure. It's a mix of a lot of different things. Also Bayonetta had some bigger influences on the game as well. So yeah, everything fast-paced, action, and badass. That's kind of what is influencing Morbid Metal.
We have another one from Philip saying, do the routines and upgrades get better over time?
Well, yes, in different ways. So the further you get, of course, the more, well, let's call them unhinged routines you'll be able to get. But also you can upgrade the routines themselves with something called Divine Blessing. The Divine Blessing is a very special way of upgrading your already equipped routines and just making them even more powerful.
Then we have a question from Martin saying, what kind of different roles do the people in your team have? I think he wants to know what a studio looks like.
So our studio is, while being 15 people is not, super small anymore, it is still quite a small team, and we work closely together in many aspects. So there's a lot of roles that are kind of just having multiple tasks. It's not just like, oh, our environment artist is just creating props, and that's all they do. For example, our environment artist Leonard is also doing a lot of level design and set dressing of all the levels. On the other hand, I'm programming, I'm also designing things. We have Marcel, who's mainly a producer on the game, but is also helping out with a lot of design as well. So many roles are basically split up to different people, but we also have cross-disciplinary things. So we often do multiple things in one role and have a really very open collaboration in the team. So usually we really kind of sit down together with large parts of the team when we discuss certain things and just kind of hear all the voices from the team, because in the end we want to make a game that we all love, and that's a really good way of going about it, at least from our experience.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, to make a game you need so many different things. You need level design, which is designing things like the biomes and the rooms that you're in. And then you need character designers and 3D artists, and you need what else? Programming.
Yeah, I mean, we have character artists, we have environment artists, we have, of course, level design, game design as well. We have programmers, animation, also very important for a game like Morbid Metal as well, right? Like everything that is kind of unfolding on the screen, is supposed to be stylish. It's supposed to be really fun and engaging, and for that, it needs to be, there needs to be life that needs to be breathed into these things. And on top of that, of course, together with these animations, there comes VFX that are also very integral to this. I mean, there's supposed to be a really cool spectacle kind of like unfolding on screen. That's at least our vision. And our environment artist, Cooper, is also doing a really fantastic job of bringing these things to life.
Yeah, and then of course we have the UI and the UX and all of these things too.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a dedicated position for that. It's kind of like I handle most of these things, but it's also, again, a very collaborative effort. Our art director, Hans, who's also doing all the great concept art and just kind of nudging our art team always in the right direction to make sure we recreate the Morbid Metal in terms of looks that we want to make. It's also helping a lot with this. Also, just in terms of UX, it's like kind of like a joint effort where everybody's giving their feedback on it, and we kind of figure out ways of how we should handle things together. Yeah.
Indeed. So to become an indie game director, you have to know a little bit of everything.
Yes.
Yes.
Basically.
Absolutely. Then we have a question from Fabian, wondering about, is there metal music in Morbid Metal?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
We actually do have a dedicated panel about that tomorrow with our composer Blue Starly and together with our audio director Sergio, which is going to be really, really exciting about looking into this panel. I mean, I even already know about these things, but it's still, I'm a really big fan of the music we have in Morbid Metal. I think it really pushes the player forward with like the very aggressive and like fast-paced vibes, and especially for such a action-packed game like Morbid Metal, really fits really well with our guitarists and like dark electronic music.
Absolutely. And then we have a question from AR, wondering, how did you manage to convince Ubisoft to believe in you?
I sometimes wonder that myself, to be honest. I mean, it started out with a Twitter DM, right? Back then I was posting on Twitter and like just showing off the game a little bit, and it's where Ubisoft learned about it. But in the end, it was still me sitting there in my bedroom with like even my chair that I still have that chair was, wow. was kind of just really destroyed by my cats. It looked awful. It still does. And I was, I don't know. I don't think I made a very professional impact. I'm not so sure about that. It was my first game, but I was sitting there with a dream of this game. But I was also asking them that I need some money, and I also want to build a studio at the same time. So it was definitely a big ask. But I somehow convinced, I don't know how I did it, I'm being honest, that they trusted me, that this could actually be something that players want to play. And I'm really grateful they do.
Let me let you in on a little secret here. I'll let you know that a lot of developers have cats. And a lot of developers do things from their bedrooms or their private studios at home. We are often a bit of a reclusive bunch who just like to create in private.
Me too.
So we are used to that at Ubisoft. Don't worry, it was probably a good impression, honestly.
You will go far yet.
Oh, Blink Amp again. That's pretty good. When I see it, I always click Blink Amp, and I just love it.
Maybe you can say something about the different weather and lighting.
Oh yeah. So in Morbid Metal, we have different, weather scenarios. It's not like changing everything entirely, but it definitely puts a little bit of a twist on just the visuals and making sure everything stays fresh, even over the course of dying many times over. I liked Judgment Day a lot. Really good against heavy enemies that have a lot of HP. Oh yeah, that's also a big part of our level design philosophy in Morbid Metal is just, while we have our combat rooms and you kind of can flow through them and just keep going and going, we do have secrets mixed around in the world of Morbid Metal quite frequently. Some of them really hard to find, some of them not so much. But we definitely do this in order to keep things fresh, right? I mean, you're gonna play the game, ideally, if you have a good time, a lot. And as you start over from scratch when you die, you're gonna revisit places from time to time. And definitely is important, that we want to encourage exploration of players, right? It's, in my opinion, our environment, our team made a really cool world to look at, and I want to encourage players to also just explore a little bit. Because when you do that, this kind of stuff happens, right? So we found a not super crazy hidden thing in this case, but it's called the Devil's Bargains. It's really a risky thing because it has not only very powerful positive effect, it also has a downside to them. The lucky thing is these are only active for a limited amount of time, so 3 combat scenarios. But they can change the course of the run tremendously sometimes. Really saving you in a situation where you're not really having the best time right now. They can really make you make the difference and then put a really unique twist to the combat you're usually experiencing. Yeah, this Devil's Bargains, for example, generates tokens whenever you hit enemies, but it makes you lose tokens when you get hit. So it's definitely a risk-reward situation. But if you're good, this can really make you go a long way in the shop. Giving you a lot of tokens, make you really rich. And by the looks of it, Marcel is, doing a really good job of not getting hit. So hopefully we are going to be able to afford a lot of things in the shop.
It's a good thing we have Marcel here.
Yeah.
We tried yesterday, but it was a bit complex to have you speaking and playing at the same time.
Yes.
He's here to save us.
Yeah, that said, I'm also, just personally, I'm not the best controller player. And yesterday I was playing with the gamepad. So let's say I was dying a little bit. I promise you guys, I played this game a lot. I was working on it. But being here on stage, playing, talking about it, you kind of get distracted. So we decided it's definitely a really good addition to have Marcel here.
Thank you.
I'll be watching.
What Marcel just used is a special attack. Each of the characters has their own special attack that needs to be charged up. Similar to other skills, it also has a cooldown. But in order to really be able to use it, you need to, prior to that, hit some combos, kill some enemies, and really make use of the combat and combo system we have in order to charge up the special skill, which are very, very powerful skills that you can integrate into your combos. And they really do have a really large impact on how easily you can mow down these enemies.
do you want to talk a little bit more about the difference between Echo and Flux?
Sure. So in Morbid Metal we have different characters, each with their own moveset, but not only that, their general idea of the characters is also fundamentally different. Each character in Morbid Metal is supposed to basically fulfill a certain role, right? So Flux is a very fast-paced, agile character with a lot of, stabs and slices and quick movement zipping about the place, while Echo is definitely way heavier hitting, but slower, focusing way more on AoE attacks, hitting multiple enemies at the same time. But also, being able to, lift them up in the air and starting combos with them in a way that Flux never could. So each character, has their distinct idea behind them and role that they fulfill in the roster of the players' characters.
Indeed. Maybe this trial we got right now was not the best combo together with the Devil's Bargain we had. yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is definitely looking like Marcel is gonna rack up a lot of tokens. I think right now we're already sitting at nearly 1.5k tokens, which goes a long way in the shop. So it's a good thing actually. Okay, you're just that good.
I mean, it's not a long combat scenario, that is true, but there's a lot of enemies that you can, encounter during that time because it's a very tense thing, and it's a very enclosed arena. So yeah, let's upgrade Blink Amp even more. Now it's triple the damage that it initially was. It's something you need later on, fighting bosses and especially also going to the other biomes in Morbid Metal, because enemies are not just hanging around, they also get stronger over time, and you definitely need your power progression to really, get somewhere.
We have a question from Philip asking about the boss that killed you. Why did it kill you in one hit?
Because I'm a noob.
Because he's a noob.
It's very powerful. It's a very powerful boss, and I mentioned we kind of want players to die. I mean, we don't want to make it unfair, and we don't believe it is, but it's part of the game to die. I believe back then Marcel was also not full HP, so definitely you need to manage your health as a resource as well, and make sure you don't forget about that, because then it can get quite challenging. Especially the boss, they hit hard, they really do. They're not supposed to be just to be bruised through. But that's also part of the meta progression, right? You're dying, you're getting better over time as a player, just with your skills, but also, of course, your playable characters and your player as a whole is getting better, and you slowly but surely increase the power level of everything, and eventually you're gonna get further and further and beating those deadly bosses.
Where were you?
And this is not the only biome in the game either. This is actually a level that we haven't passed yet, right?
Yes, we were here in the run earlier. Early access is launching with 2 biomes. Well, it's a little more than 2. It's 2 and a little bit biomes. As the Void is definitely also something we are frequently entering and having a good time there as well. But we're launching early access with 2 biomes, and of course extending that over the early access period.
Yeah, right now in the demo, this is the one you can see.
Yes. And each biome comes with a boss, that players will get used to, and well, not because they're weird, but because they're challenging.
Yeah. As we saw.
Marcel picked definitely one of my favorite upgrades as well. It's called Lingering Carnage, which basically makes it so that Flux's second skill, where you shoot those nanoblades, lingers around, and your normal attacks also shoot these nanoblades for the next 5 attacks. And that also carries over to Eku, or in general other melee characters. And that definitely opens up some really cool combo potential, as you know, other characters are dealing damage in different ways, and you can therefore like integrate some ranged attacks into your combos and have a really powerful way of striking bosses and other enemies this way.
It would be nice if we could actually get into the shop now, right?
Yeah, I think we are. I think we just were in the shop, weren't we?
Oh yeah. Did I miss it? I was just looking elsewhere.
Oh, we should be in 2 combats.
Okay.
We were in the first shop, right? So this biome has 2 shops, and the first one we already passed. The second one should be coming up kind of soon. If Marcel can survive until then, that is, of course. But by the looks of it, he's not having a lot of trouble.
What we can accomplish together.
How many hours do you think you've played so far in total?
A lot.
A lot.
A lot. We'll take that. You sure about that?
No. The lasers are new.
I think I died there yesterday 2 times, so.
Show me what you've learned.
In case we have some new players with us today, do you want to talk a little bit about the philosophy behind the universe and the world? This post-apocalyptic feeling and where it comes from?
Sure. So, without spoiling too much, of course, Morbid Metal is set in a simulation in a very, very distant future after a lot of things have kind of gone wrong in the real world, inspired by, you know, things that are happening today. You know, we have a climate collapse, we have wars that are definitely taking a toll on mankind as a whole, and the simulation was created as some sort of like last resort, and the player stepping, well, not stepping foot, but like, taking over the role of an AI in a long line of AIs that were created to be trained and to eventually like take over the next evolutionary step of mankind. But yeah, Flux is different than everybody that came before them, and that's why we're playing Flux and not some other AI that we encountered throughout Morbid Metal. But I'll leave those things for players to uncover over time, without just taking it away too much at this point.
Yeah, and the narrative can be discovered how in the game?
So we have different ways. We sprinkle it around over the course of the full game by encountering characters, especially also Eden and the operator are very integral to these things. But also we have like lore collectibles that players can find to learn more about the history of this world and everything that evolves around it, and uncover this mystery step by step, little by little.
Ooh.
Yeah, storytelling in games is quite different from like movies and other types of media. You have to be a little bit sneaky with how you're presenting it.
Yeah.
There are many different ways.
Yeah. I would actually have taken a different Devil's Bargain.
Yeah.
I would have taken the one that it's a guaranteed crit, because I mean the boss is already dealing a lot of damage. It would make the boss, for the most part, into somebody that one-hits you probably, but you deal double damage, which is really powerful against a boss like Saru.
What do you think, guys? Will we make it this time?
Looking good. Looking good so far.
So good.
Marcel is also hitting all the dodge counters, so he's bruising. He's bruising through Saru in no time, it seems. Almost nearly done with the first phase.
Expertly done. And just on time as well.
You could use nano blades to hit Saru while he's on top.
But do you want to? Do you just want to escape? I would be terrified.
It just makes him angry. Risky business a little bit. But it paid off in this time.
I would never have that.
Close one. Nice.
Timing.
So close.
That was a close one.
We tried.
Thank
You tried. And you did really well. But it's a
blessed.
very difficult game and
You're
you have to
blessed.
die a lot. And
Way
retry
better
a
than
lot.
what I could do.
You will manage
More
it
damage
one
with
day.
Echo. Okay.
Hmm?
More damage with Echo.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for coming here and listening. It's been a pleasure. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow for the music panel. We will talk a little bit more about with Blue Stali, who's the composer for the game, and with Sergio, who's the audio director. And it's going to be a lot about music and how you integrate music into a game and make sure it works with the mood and everything. So, thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Very warm welcome to everybody that's here today. It's such a full audience. I love to see it. That's great. I'm Lisa. I'm the product manager for Anno 117 Pax Romana. And in the next 30-ish minutes, we will talk a lot about a province that we didn't really cover so far, which is the province of Albion, the Celtic province. We've really talked a lot about Latium, our Roman-inspired province, close to the heart of the empire. But now we are looking at the second province.
Yes.
And in this 30 minutes of presentation, we will cover the cultural differences that you will face in there as a governor, as well as deities that you can unlock there, characters that you will meet there, as well as military options that you have in this province. Afterwards, we will do a quick Q&A where you can ask us all your game-related questions. And for that, you can scan the QR codes here on the sides and submit your questions via Slido. Also, right now, we are streaming live, so hello everyone as well on Twitch. Very happy to also have you here. Our community developer, Ollie, will be in the chat as well if you have any questions. And yeah, before I hand over to my colleague Celeste, I wanted to say something really quick because we have hidden some Easter eggs throughout this presentation. And if you pay close attention to it, two of you can win a fast pass at the end of our presentation to directly head over to our play booth and play the game. So yeah, I would say focusing on the presentation definitely pays off.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Celeste, take it from here.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome. As Lisa just said, I'm Celeste, the community manager working on Anno. But yeah, I'm not going to waste more time talking about myself, so I will just right straight into the presentation. Yes. All right, so let's paint a bit of a picture about, Anno 117, Pax Romana, the contest and everything. So we're in the year 117 AD, as the title suggests. It is a time that is characterized by peace and prosperity, and it's when the Roman Empire has reached its peak expansion. And it is, of course, you are a Roman governor, that you are sent to this province that is quite unknown. And it is a place that is quite unfamiliar for you. And you have a simple quest. Actually, it's not that simple, maybe.
Maybe not, really.
Yeah, maybe not, yeah. So you will have to stabilize this province. This is where you will learn to lead and make hard choices.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. So it's a completely atmosphere here in Albion compared to Latium. If you can switch to the next slide, thank you.
Absolutely.
And it's a striking contrast, not just from
the heart of the empire, Latium, which is very warm and welcome.
Yeah, instead, Albion is going to be characterized by harsh weather, fog, thick, heavy rain.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem very welcoming, honestly, I have to say.
Yeah.
But basically, this is where not civilized Roman wants to be. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but in particular, here you will find a new biome, the marshlands. And as you can see, this is where all the fog starts. Seems quite wet, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I like it, but I kind of still a bit dig the vibe, I'm not going to lie.
I think there's a underlying beauty to our marshes.
Yeah, it's a different type of beauty compared to Latium, I would say.
Yes.
Yeah. But as unfamiliar this place could be for Romans, it is home for other people, the locals, the Celts. Because when you arrive in Albion, you will not arriving in an empty world. Here, you will meet the local population, and they call this place home. They are used to the harshness of these territories. Actually, they thrive on it, and they depend on it. Like, this is where they find their food, and they produce clothes and everything. So they call this place home.
Yeah.
And just like you will have to adapt to these challenges that this new region will introduce for you, so the local population will have to adapt to the Roman presence, right, Lisa? And here you will find 5 different population tiers with different needs and demands. And of course, maybe Lisa can talk about more the waiters.
Absolutely, yeah. The first population tier that you are going to meet in Albion are called the Waders. Those are the local population that kind of has adapted to the thought of now belonging to the Roman Empire. And also they see the benefits that the Roman Empire brought with it. For example, education and stability. So they are really open to this idea of being now part of something bigger.
Yeah.
And the Romans actually also did tend to leave room for other cultures. They definitely had some parts that they took over and integrated it into their own culture. And as their governor, the Roman governor, it is up to you to embrace the culture or to stick to the Roman ambition. I don't know if it's possible to up the volume a bit of our microphone because I don't think that our audience is really understanding us.
Can you hear us? It's fine?
Can you hear
It's fine,
us?
it's fine.
I'm just going to speak a little louder, so hopefully this will fix it, right?
Yes, go for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I said, you are a Roman governor that has been sent out to lead these people, the Celts, and it is up to you how to upgrade them, either the Celtic way or the Roman way. This is something that you decide. Your waiters are open to it, and this feature is a choice that we call Romanization.
Yeah.
And Romanization is actually something really, really cool, because, for example, if you fulfill the needs of your waiters, then you get to the smiths or the mercators. It is up to you to upgrade either way. The smiths are very hardworking Celts, whereas the mercators is a Celtic population that feels way closer to the Romans. That means that they adopt Roman customs, like, for example, the hairstyle, the clothing, and we also brought a really nice example for what is going to happen when you decide for each way. Because production chains and demands will differ. For example, your smiths will ask you for cheese and beer, which, by the way, partially gets produced in the marshlands. They are really taking advantage of that land. Whereas the Romans are craving sausages and bread. And this also leads to different problems, right? Because, for example, if you want to provide bread to your mercators, this also means that you need to build a bakery. And even in the year 117, bakeries tend to catch fire. Yeah. So if you decide for the Roman way, you will face a lot of problems that you would also face in Latium in the Roman Empire. And yeah, I would say a recommendation here is...
Don't forget to place your vigilus everywhere, the fire stations, because otherwise it's going to be a bit messy. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it will also impact how your city looks. So, for example, here on the left-hand side, we see the Roman area of our city. It is characterized by Roman buildings looking very Mediterranean. And on the other side, we have our Celtic residences, which are built by the materials that you find in the marshes.
Yep.
And once you fulfill the needs and demands of your smiths and mercators, they will grow into a more senior population. Here we have the aldermen, that are the third Celtic population tier.
They look quite important,
They look very important, and they feel very important. Yeah. They have great mustaches. And
they do.
Definitely. And they are true and proud Celts that really embrace their traditions. And then on the other hand, we have the nobles that are seeing themselves as true and legit Romans, right? Even though they have Celtic heritage and have been born in Albion, in this Celtic province, they feel themselves very much closer to the empire and not at all close to Celtic traditions. Yep. And this also obviously influences the different demands of public services that those two population tiers will have for you. The alderman will ask for an alder's council, which is basically a building that you can place in the heart of your Celtic cities. It kind of acts like a city center. And this is where they come together with the other aldermen, where they are meeting with their friends for a beer or two, maybe, where they are discussing politics, or maybe where they even are joking about the Romans, who knows.
I think they're sharing secrets about the beard.
Probably about the mustache, yeah. And then on the other hand, the noble has heard of this grand architectural masterpiece of Latium, which are the aqueducts. And of course, you also want to have them in Albion. And it actually is quite great because the aqueducts bring water from the mountains to your city, which also really helps with the other demand that those nobles have, a bathhouse. Celeste has already talked a little bit about it. It's a very harsh weather condition. It's super muddy because of the marshes. And so the nobles at some point will really want to wash themselves.
Yeah. And also get some nice warm bath as well with the bathhouses, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in a nutshell, we can say that your choices really influence not only the look of your city and the demands of your people, it also influences everything around them in their culture. And a part of culture is also religion.
Yeah.
So maybe we should talk a little bit about about the topic of religion in our game.
Yes, of course. We've talked about religion in the past. I think we've had a devlog and maybe also in a live stream and probably a couple of months ago. Time is relative, honestly.
Yeah.
And as you might know, Romans had a polytheistic, sorry, that's a very hard word to pronounce, belief system. And we mirrored this in Anno 117, Pax Romana. And in Albion, you will unlock actually 3 new deities that are completely separate, like different than the ones that you will unlock in Latium. And the first one that you see here, which is also one of my favorites, it's Epona. She's the goddess of cavalry and horses, and she will provide buffs for your animal pastures and production building. Then we have Mercury Lugos, this super cool dude here in the middle. He's also quite nice. If you're a fan of trade routes, I think you should go for this one. And also this one is probably the best option when it comes to if you decide to go the Roman way, yes. And my absolute favorite for last one, Cernunnos. He's the god of nature and wilderness. As I mentioned, he's my favorite, so I guess we can talk a little bit more about him.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, Cernunnos will boost the marshes and forest productivity in your islands in Albion. This means that you will get extra goods when it comes to everything that is produced in those areas. For example, the eel grabber or the reed production building, the farm. And this, I think, is very cool. But how do I unlock these deities in Albion?
That is a very good question and also a great transition. It's almost like we rehearsed it. So unlocking your deities is something that we kind of like covered a while ago. It is part of our discovery tree that we now have in Anno 117 Pax Romana. As you can see, you can pick your deities in there, research them, and get them going in your temples. To research them, you will need to have a certain amount of knowledge. And knowledge is actually produced by your population, either through providing them goods or through placing specific buildings. Like, for example, if you Romanize, you will place the Grammaticus, which is a Roman school. And everybody that lives in the vicinity of the school will produce knowledge. If you went the Celtic way, that's also no issue. Then the Alders Council will provide you with knowledge, as well as the temple, the Fanum, that we have in Albion. Now we've unlocked Cernunnos, but as you could already see a little bit, there are more technologies that can be unlocked in our discovery tree, because we've split it into 3 different branches, the economic, the civic, and the military branch. And each of them comes with a variety of technologies to unlock and discover. Some of them have certain unlock conditions, like for example here we see that we need to choose the Celtic path and host smiths, so Celtic population tier 2, to be able to research this technology. And in total we have 150 technologies, which means that it will also keep you busy for quite a while if you want to unlock all of them. And since we are talking about Albion today, I also wanted to mention that we have province-specific technologies. And so we have a great example for Albion. if you go to the economic part of your discovery tree, you can definitely discover a tech that is called the marsh drainage. Because as Celeste told you before, the Romans did not really know what to do with the marshes. For them, it was just an obstacle that they wanted to get rid of. And they could do so with the drainage technology. So once you research the drainage technology, you will be able to place the so-called sluice gate between the ocean and the marsh. And from there, you can place some drainage canals. And this will visually transform your province and dry out the marshes, which leaves you with then more buildable space for your Roman houses and your Roman production chains. Because actually you need to place a lot of wheat fields to be able to provide bread.
Yeah, especially if we talk about the bread and the bakeries from before. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, this is a very Roman way of dealing with the marshes, and not everybody will be happy about that.
Yeah, no. Of course, as I mentioned, you will not arrive in an empty world, and some of the characters that you will meet along the way might not be very happy if you decide to drain the marshes. The marshes, as I mentioned, are a Celtic staple. The Celts, this is where they find their food and everything. So draining the marshes, not a good idea. For example, this character that you see now on the screen, Voada, she won't be happy about it.
No, definitely
she's a proud Celt, so this means that you're doing something against her culture, and she will not accept it. She is a powerful raider. She's inspired by Boudica, who was the queen of the ancient tribe, of the British ancient tribe, if I remember correctly. Yeah. She will be naturally set against you just because you're a Roman governor. So there's nothing that you can do about that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And she defends her Celtic tradition really strongly. And if you decide to embrace the Roman way, then things will get a bit much more complicated for you. But if you decide to embrace Celtic traditions instead, she might like you a little bit more. Maybe. Not 100% sure, but she will definitely go a little bit easier on you, I'm sure. Yeah. But of course, Voada is not the only one that you will meet along your way, and not everyone will be so against Romanization or just against you because you're a Roman governor.
Yeah.
This fellow that you see here on the screen is Manx. He's a trader that you will meet in Albion, and he will help you in difficult situations. For example, when you face bankruptcy or
in Anno, that has never happened before.
You're lying. I face bankruptcy whenever I'm playing, basically. So. Yeah. So, and also we'll sell some goods for you that you might need along your path as a governor. He is of Roman, of Celtic. I'm sorry, so hard to speak today. And so he kind of is the embodiment of Romanization. But yeah, not everyone can be nice to you as well. Like you will find also rebels in Albion, and the guy that you're seeing now on the screen has also a particular name, right, Lisa? Arthur Jorgwin. I'm not sure if this rings a bell for the true Anno fans in the audience today. I'm not going to say anything though. They will figure it out.
I mean. Yeah, but I think it's fair to say that, of course, we didn't want to have an Anno game without the most renowned family in Anno, the Jorgensens.
Yes.
So,
This is our Jorgensen in Anno 117 Pax Romana. Yeah. And unlike Voada and Manx, he's an active, expanding rival in Albion. And he won't be upset if you decide to go for Romanization, but he will definitely get upset if you stand on his way to expansion. So be careful. But of course, I am a very friendly person, so I don't want to fight with him. But I know that you're not like me. Maybe you're a bit of a... Let's say, what if I choose violence one day, and what are my options against him?
I mean, choosing violence one day sounds like a typical Monday to me, honestly. Here. But, of course, Anno 117 Pax Romana offers you the choice of combat. And when I say the choice of combat, I mean totally that it's optional. It is your decision if you want to engage in combat or not. Combat is not something that is new for the Anno franchise. We started with combat right from the get-go with Anno 1602 back in 1998, obviously. But we've come a long way, and Anno 117 Pax Romana offers you two types of combat. Obviously, traditional naval combat, because there would no Anno game be without ship combat. But there is also land combat in Anno 117 Pax Romana. I would say it would have not been fair to release a game set in the Roman era without land combat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And also, combat is available both for single player and multiplayer in co-op and PvP. I would say let's have a little bit of a closer look to the units that you can have in Anno 117 Pax Romana. In total, you can have 11 different units. Some of them are on the screen right now. For example, the spearmen can be recruited in both provinces, but there are some province-specific units like the legionnaires for Latium, and since we're talking about Albion today, the axe-bearers and the chariots. And as you can see, the axe-bearers are not really a big fan of armor. However, however, they really love their huge axes, and those axes deal a lot of damage to their enemies, and they are actually so heavy that they are piercing through the armor of other units, like for example of those of the poor legionnaires.
Yeah, they have no hope against that.
No hope. Yeah, and then we have the chariots, which is a quite unique unit, if I may say so. They are a cavalry unit with a high mobility, as you can see with those great ponies up front. But also, they have spears that they can throw at their enemies. So they are really combining the mobility of a cavalry unit with the benefits of having a ranged unit. And I would say we are now looking at some scenarios that we've prepared for you today. First of all, we can see some legionnaire units coming in from the left. We have 2 units of axe-bearers that are hiding in the woods, and the first one is now attacking our legionnaires, and the second one will flank them from the other side in just a second. And this is really cool to see because our morale system will soon come into place, and the legionnaires that are, bombarded with those heavy axes, they are not having a lot of fun with it, and they start to run away. And the second legionnaire units are completely outnumbered by our axe-bearers and will soon also be defeated. But that's for the axe-bearers. Let's look at the chariots. We have the spearmen coming up from the right, and our chariots are already starting to throw spears at them. And I think it's really cool to see that our chariots are dealing already damage to those spearmen, and now that the enemy spearmen arrived, our chariots decide to run away, and they are always keeping their distance. The spearmen will never be able to reach our chariots, and our chariots will still do a lot of damage to them all the way. But since we've now talked a lot about units, we should also tell you guys how to get them.
Well, you have to recruit them. They will not appear out of thin air in your island. Yeah. Of course, you will have to place in your island some military encampments, like some military building that will allow you to train these units. Or you can actually bring them from other islands or other region. Here, for example, we brought some legionnaires from Latium directly. And of course, keeping your units, it's quite expensive. It's not cheap. And this is just so. This means that not only they will require a lot of money for their equipment and everything, but you will need the extra population. So you always have to be careful when, it's not something that you can take that, very easy.
Yeah.
And here we have most of our Latium troops in the encampments. As you can see, they're resting at the moment, I think. And yeah, of course, outside here, you can also see encampments of some axe-bearers. Yeah, as you can see them, they're just roaming around your island. The people around them, they're not scared. I would, honestly, if I would see them going around with those axes. I wouldn't trust them, honestly. But the local population seemed quite fine with it. And here now you will see also some chariots, which are my favorite unit. I'm not sure about you, Lisa, but I just love those ponies so much.
Yeah, me too.
They're so cute. Look at them. And yeah, of course, fortification is also important in your cities. Here you can see the wooden palisades, which are the first fortification that you will unlock. They're not very strong against fire, so your enemies will destroy it quite easily if they're throwing torches. And here, the second walls that you will unlock are the stone walls instead, which are way more resistant, but also way more expensive. But I think they're worth it if you want to protect your cities.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're not really into combat or military, you can still use your fortification, your walls, to beauty build your city. So I think this is a great moment to tell all of our beauty builders that are here at Gamescom maybe to try and build some walls around their cities.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a big beauty builder myself, so placing those districts in my city is always a really nice touch at the end. But I would say we are almost at the end of our presentation. We do have a recap for you guys because we've just dropped a lot of information on you. So first of all, yes, Albion is very different from Latium. We have our Celtic population tiers that you can Romanize or not.
Yep.
We also have three deities in our game that you can unlock through the discovery tree, alongside with a lot of other technologies. And then we have some characters that you will meet. For example, Voada, our raider, which is basically like the pirate in Anno 1800.
Yep.
And you can decide if you want to stay on the diplomatic path with her, or if you want to engage in combat, for example, with your Celtic units, the axemen, or the chariots. I would say this concludes our presentation part of the panel, now that it is getting a little bit more quiet, but well. If you like what you've seen today, we would, of course, be really happy as developers if you would wishlist or pre-order our game. You can do so by scanning the QR code. Anno 117 Pax Romana is releasing on November 13th. Which in developer language
is basically tomorrow.
It's basically tomorrow, yeah. So it's a very exciting time for us. And now we have time for a 15-minute Q&A. Again, you can scan the QR codes here on the sides of the booth if you have questions. And we will get them on our tablets here to be able to look at them in Slido. All right. Let's see. Some questions are already coming in. Okay, we have a question about stones. Do stones have a function at expeditions? So, I mean, stones are kind of a material.
I didn't hear what the first part of the question.
Do stones have a function at expeditions?
Expeditions.
Yeah, so I do think expeditions, they were a big feature in Anno
1800, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But to my knowledge, no, stones don't really play a big role in expeditions.
Yeah,
no. Then, is there a creative mode planned, or will be one added later? The creative mode in Anno 1800 was a really great feature for our beauty builders, and it's definitely something that we are also looking into for Anno 117 Pax Romana. But of course, we are right now focusing on just launching the main game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely something that is on our radars. Will future content or DLCs will come with a lot of additional instances like in Anno 1800? Why no really big world with different biomes? So,
well, as Lisa mentioned earlier, at the moment, I think it's too soon to say. We're focusing on launching the game at the moment, so...
Yeah, but for the people that have already seen our Collector's Edition or our Gold Edition, Yes, we do have post-launch content plans. We cannot just go into the details of those plans already. Is there a research system island specific, or does the benefits work globally? So genuinely, the research that you are doing is a global thing. So if you unlock your deities on one island, you can also appoint them at other islands, and you can also even appoint them in other provinces, for example. Celtic deities do not only stay in Albion, they also are able to be worshipped in Latium.
Yeah, so Cernunos, you can get it also in Latium, which is a huge pro for me, because I love Cernunos, yes.
Yeah. We have another question about our post-launch content. Planned DLC historic elements from Greek history or Egyptian or both. Again, I can just refer to our Gold Edition and Collector's Edition. Look at the mock-ups. We already had some key artworks out there. And I do think that I have seen something that looked a little bit like pyramids, but I'm not quite sure yet.
Me neither.
Okay. Then we have another question. If it is possible to change between Roman and Celtic during the game. Yes, it definitely is. First, you will unlock the Waiters, right, in Albion, and then you will either Romanize or go the Celtic way. However, once you unlock Tier 3, so the third population tier, you will be able to also upgrade the other way.
Yeah.
So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, but you also, I think we show also a screenshot in which we had both Celtic and Romano-Celtic settlement, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
and the presentation.
Yeah. And then we have one more question, which is, what is the global progress in Anno 117? In Anno 1800, we'd start with wooden huts and go to steam, and endgame are steel warships. So Anno 117 Pax Romana offers you 2 starting points, so it really depends where you start, with what goods you start. For example, in Latium, you will be able to provide your residences with porridge, and in Albion you will have to decide between cockles and eels. Yeah, and for the end game in Latium, for sure, you will be able to place a very big monument, the amphitheater in our game, which will kick off a huge festival.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, and in Albion we also have some kind of late game buildings. Like, for example, the Holy Grove that you can unlock in the later game. Okay. Will there be land-based military quests similar to the escort and destruction quests in Anno 1800? I would say that is a very specific question for military. Honestly, I cannot really tell you right now, but this is definitely a question that we can pick up on the Anno Union later.
Yeah, so be sure to follow the Anno Union.
Okay. I do think that is it for now, from what I can see. Yeah, that is it. Thank you so much for all your questions.
Yeah, but now we have one last thing, right?
I mean, a couple of last things, I would say.
Okay, yes, fair. All right, of course, it's now your time to play the game. So we're very happy and curious to see whether you will choose Latium or Albion. But yeah, once you finish playing, you will manage to get some goodies. As you can see, they're now on the screens. I think it's just a matter of luck. Maybe you can start, like, I don't know, collecting your pins as you wish, but also this super cool Laurel Wreath. And yeah, of course, this is not the end of Anno. At Gamescom, there's way more for you to explore, and we cannot get personally enough of Anno, so but maybe we're biased.
Maybe we're a bit biased here.
So here on the picture, you can see different stands in which you can find different Anno contact points throughout Gamescom. So feel free to check them out, because everything, honestly, is quite cool.
Yes.
And yeah, so we mentioned earlier that we had a little surprise for you. So How many times have you seen the town crier in the slides of our presentations today?
I think the easiest way would just be if you like
just raise your hand.
Like show us your hands.
All right. So, okay, we have. I think
here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, we have 2 winners here, definitely.
You need to tell who.
Yeah. All right. I think you got the right one, and yeah, there was also someone else that put 4 here. It was 4, so yes, you did. Okay.
So, okay, it would be great if you guys could come up to us real quick. And for all the others, for the 2 fast passes that you deserve. Yeah, and for all the others, thank you so much for being here. I know it was hard to listen today.
Hope you managed, It was really hard for us to even listen to each other.
Thank you so much for being here. On your way out, please also grab your goodies. And I hope you have a fantastic time here at Gamescom, and see you soon in chat, hopefully.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this special panel where we will talk about the future of the Division franchise. Are you excited?
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, and we have cosplayers here.
Just because it was too many of you, so I feel like they've just added more seats. I'm sorry I'm turning my back on you. I'll try to look in your direction sometimes, okay? If I don't, yell at me, and I'll make sure I turn in that direction, okay?
Well, I'm so excited that you're all here and everybody's watching online, wherever that camera is, because the community is really at our heart, and it's part of this panel as well, how we want to improve that collaboration and that feedback loop. Of course, the future of the franchise is also that we have Louis Troupin here to talk about the Division Resurgence, the new Division mobile game, and of course, that I know that so many of you are waiting for, we will cover that new Division 2 project.
Oh my God. I hope you like snow. I hope you like snow. Come on.
So I am Anna Palm. I am a community developer, and I will be your host today. We have Yannick with us, our familiar face, creative director.
Hello. So good to see you.
So starting with the community and feedback. Yannick, you've been here from the very beginning, from Division 1 and Division 2, and worked with feedback. It's part of the massive DNA to work with live streams, have interactions with the community ongoingly. How have you feel that collaboration looked in the Division 1, and how has it evolved into what it is in Division 2 today?
Well, I think it's really at the heart of everything we do. It's been such an important part of the history of the Division, and for those of you, I'm sure some of you are here since the days of Division 1. Who's been here since Division 1?
Whoa!
Has anybody not been here since Division 1?
It's all veterans.
Like all the hands went up. So you might remember some of the history that we've had. But yeah, it's from the moment we started working on the Division, we started communicating about the Division. We always wanted to build something that would be dear to the people who play, that would be very close to them, and that would be a collaboration. And we had, it's especially since the launch and after the launch of the Division 1, where we had our first kind of trials of fire, update 1.4. I'm sure some of you might remember. I do. I remember the before 1.4 and the after. But this was really, I think, a shaping moment for all of us on the Division, realizing not just the need, but also how good it is for all of us, how necessary and potent it can be as well to actually work together hand in hand with the players. So we've been keeping that with us, working on Division 2, with the launch of Division 2, and all the way to what we're doing today. And I know sometimes, we have our ups and downs, and we don't always act as much as we want on working with the community. We don't always reach out as much as we want to do. That's something we are working towards changing, and to get back to that, to those roots of really being super open and transparent with all of you. Working more with our German community as well, because I hear there's a very active German community. So love you guys. And yeah, so you'll see more of that in the future. You'll see more opportunities for feedback, more opportunities for also transparency from us. Yeah, it's super important, and we have no intention to slow down. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, and all the veterans here, they've been playing the game for so long. They're experts at playing the game by now. And obviously the team has been playing and developing the game for a long time, so they're also experts at developing. How do you weigh the feedback coming from the players when you work with that feedback process as a creative director?
Well, it's feedback is super important, and you hear that all the time. But it's the way we want to, or the way we utilize feedback is. That's one indicator that helps us make decisions. It's not the only one, and it's very important for everybody to understand that just because the community and the players tell us they want something, that doesn't always necessarily mean this is what we need to do. For us, it's very important to look at what does the game need in the bigger picture and for the long term. And so we usually base our decisions on 3 parts. One part, and an important one, is feedback. The other one is data. It's what does the actual data of the game tell us, because that's one way of giving us feedback, is actually looking at the way you play the game. What do you do? What do you spend time on? What works and what doesn't? And then the third part is our own expertise. It's our gut feeling as professionals. What do we think is the right thing? And we look at those 3 things, and sometimes those three things align, and they give us some very clear indications. Okay, this is not working. This needs to change. The players don't like it. We see with data that it's not working. We also agree that this is not the right thing. So then that makes our job easy when all of that aligns. Sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes we have one of those pillars that gives us an indication. The other ones give us another one. And then it's very important for us as a team to try to really, again, look at the long term, look at the bigger picture, look at the game, and think, okay, what is the right thing to do here? And that's where leadership comes in, to try to define which direction do we want to go. But if all of those things, in a way, conflict, very often then we're going to fall down to feedback and what players want to give us kind of a North Star or a guiding light to see, okay, if we don't have any clear indication, then we might as well do what the players want us to do.
Yeah, it feels like you're getting at that the players either confirms or challenges, your assumptions. So was there a time when feedback surprised you, changed what you had in mind, or didn't play out as expected?
Yeah, I mean, it happens sometimes. It happens a lot, actually, that we make assumptions, we work on something, we're convinced it's going to be great, we put it out there, and then people, you folks, tell us, actually, that's not great. Most of the time, it's not worded that way. When we get feedback that tells us something is not great, usually it's not necessarily in a polite way, but that's fine. We can take it. But yeah, one example, I think, fairly recent that some of you may remember was last year. We announced the big revamp of the seasons, Seasons 2.0, and part of that big revamp was the proposition of seasonal characters, which was an idea that we really believed in. And we thought, okay, this is a good way to move forward. This is a good way to bring back a sense of progression with every season, a real reason why am I chasing XP, what am I progressing, well, I actually will see my levels going up. So we went into communication very confident in our proposition. And then, if you remember, the feedback we got was actually quite opposed to that idea. We got really challenged by the community in a fairly unanimous way. From a lot of players saying this is not a good idea, mostly because of the attachment that a lot of you have to your characters and to the time that you've been spending playing those characters, progressing them. And then we come here and we say, hey, you know what, next season you start a new character. So it allowed us to look at this proposition from a different angle. And when a situation like that arises, then it's that's one of those situations where we ask ourselves, okay, what do we do? There's this one thing we think is good for the game, but we can see that people really don't like it. But at the end of the day, in this kind of situation, it's a very easy decision. Like, nobody wins if we are forcing a change that nobody wants. We are not going to push it down your throat and say, you have to like it. So we decided to change. We decided to go with the feedback and say, okay, well, we're not going to do the seasonal characters. All the work we've put into that, we're going to put it on hold. We're going to reuse it, and we're going to go back to from a blank slate, rethinking the whole thing, which is what we did. And at the end of the day, I think this is great because this is the great common interactions we need to have, because the new seasonal model that we landed with that does not use new seasonal characters, I think is a better proposition. And I think players were right to challenge us and to push back because it made us rethink from a different angle and actually find a better solution that is the best of both worlds. So yeah, it's great. It's great when negative feedback is also a good thing.
It's a very interesting case, and I mean, I've been here on this project since March, and being a community developer, that feedback loop is something that we're all passionate about the feedback loop and the community, but it's a little dearer to my heart, maybe. So it was an interesting case to look at and improve that process with.
Say it's interesting now. Back then, I can tell you we had a few drops of sweat on our foreheads. But I think in hindsight, yeah, it was it was a good situation, and we made the right decisions.
Yeah, one of the ways that the team early on has been gathering feedback via is the Elite Task Force program. It's our insider program, and it's been there from the start. How did you learn from that approach? What did you learn from that approach that still informs how you work and look at feedback today?
Well, what's great with having something like the Elite Task Force is it allows us to actually have a dialogue. Because when we announce something, we communicate on something, then we get that feedback. We take that feedback. We try to curate it, to understand what are really the friction points here. Then we have to think of another proposition, get back to the community. With the Elite Task Force, the great thing is that we can have a direct discussion with some select people that are representative of the entire player base. And we can have direct discussions. We can have them be part of finding solutions to some of our problems and some of our challenges, which is a great thing. It allows us to create a real trust relationship with them, and hopefully with a greater player base because they know they are being represented. And then it's another way to get not just feedback, but to make the people that at the end of the day are the people who play the game, who experience this on a daily basis. So it makes sense that those people are part of the development process. And I hope we're going to get to do that even more, to get even more people. I would love to have everyone part of it. That's a lot of conversation then. But yeah, it's something we started doing with the Division 1 that stayed with us all the way now to Division 2.
Yeah, we even got to do some finishing touches on Brooklyn.
Yeah, we did one for Brooklyn before the launch of Battle for Brooklyn. And even though this came towards the end of the production of the DLC, still getting that final feedback, allowing us to do the final polish and do some final tweaks based on those conversations we had, allowed us to deliver an even greater DLC, and that contributed to a very successful launch that brought us to very high numbers that we hadn't seen since the days of Warlords of New York. So the Division 2 is in a great place today, and this is all thanks to the work we've been doing with the community and including the Elite Task Force in the process.
Yeah, I really feel like it adds depth to the conversations to have this, because it's something that's very hard when you look online and you read all the comments. People hate something or they love something. So it's a little ask for me and the community team to please make us understand why. If you don't like something or love something, then please just add those extra seconds to let us know what's the reasoning behind it. Yannick, as we look to the future of the division, what does a healthy creative partnership look like with the community to you?
Well, I think it's it's doing more of it, and it's really finding the right way to integrate that voice even more again in the development process. It's testing earlier, it's bringing players in earlier, it's giving visibility earlier, it's thinking long term, building programs that are going to stay with us in the future as we keep building Division 2, and creating a bit of a healthier exchange where we can feel confident in sharing our early thoughts, and the community can feel confident in giving us feedback, positive or negative, once again, so we know how to treat that, and we can have the early signs when we make those decisions to make sure that we can react and make the changes that are needed.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, Anaïs, I do have a question for you, because we talk about feedback, but this needs to be a two-way relationship. So what's in it for the community? What do they get from that?
I mean, the short and easy answer is transparency. We're working to share information earlier and earlier, and it also has to do with giving that right level of context, because feedback only can truly mean something if they understand the full context around it, and it's where it becomes the most valuable, when it's specific, informed, and builds on this clear picture of what we're imagining and given that context. So we've been, talking about involving the community earlier and earlier, which is super exciting. At the same time, we know that things can shift around, and we don't want to set expectations too soon. So it's really about finding that sweet spot, to share the information. And one of the best ways to do it is through insider programs, because then, it's NDAs involved, we can share more, it's all this spicy, juicy stuff. So we're working towards this, and it's actually already in motion. We're happy to announce that the Elite Task Force has opened its gates. So if you're interested in getting information early, you're good at giving feedback, you want to make your voice heard, then please sign up using the QR code or go to the link. It will be open until Sunday. So make sure to sign up.
I see some new candidates here.
Yeah, some people are already signing up. Leo back home is gonna have to go through all the applications.
Good.
Yes. So we talked about how we built the division with our players over the years, and we will discuss how this philosophy is continuing on the new project coming up soon on the Division 2. But before that, let's see how it looks on the Resurgence, the new mobile title. So I want to introduce Louis Tropin, brand director on the Division Resurgence. Welcome.
He's right there.
Hello.
Please
Hello.
join me. It's nice and comfy here.
Nice comfy living
Hi,
room.
Louis.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Can you share a little bit about yourself?
Yes, actually, so I'm Louis. I've been working on the Division for quite a while now with this guy since 2018, so 8 years. Okay.
I've been on the Division for 10 years. I've worked with everyone on the Division.
Yeah,
so
you're the
included.
oldest, but I have the most gray hair, so I win. But yeah, anyway, very happy to be here to finally speak a bit more about Resurgence. Again, I want to say.
Nice. Could you give us, for those who are not familiar with the game, just like the elevator pitch of what is this game?
Yeah, so basically in very short words, it's an online, massively multiplayer role-play game, which sounds familiar because it's basically the experience you get with the Division on console and PC, but adapted to mobile format.
That sounds like so much fun.
It does.
It does. What about the storyline? What can you tell us about the Division Resurgence story?
Well, I can jump in the storyline, but maybe just before I could give you a bit more details on how we are adapting it for mobile.
Let's go for that.
Actually, to let you know a little bit what I hinted at. We actually worked on this with an extensive team to make sure that we adjusted, obviously, the controls of the game itself, because you all here or online know that the Division is actually quite a deep and broad type of experience. So something we're really focused on is making sure that the gameplay experience, handheld, but also touch-based, was perfect for everyone to be able to enjoy the game at its fullest. We are obviously controller compatible for this game as soon as we'll be launching, but you can really adjust everything you want on the controls. You can the size of the button, you can move them around, everything you want to make sure that you really dive deep into the experience that the Division Resurgence has to offer. another example of what we did actually is to adjust not only the controls, but also the gameplay itself, what the game has to offer. Obviously, keeping the core of the looter-shooter that the Division has to offer, but we basically adjusted the length of some of the activities, most of the activities. The open world activities are what we call more snackable. You can play them really easily on the go, but you'll also get those longer sessions through the main missions that still are shorter than what you would get on PC or console, but still offer those epic moments, those immersive moments into this beautiful world that the team at Massive actually has created and that we are perpetuating on mobile.
Nice. Story. I'm eager for the story. I'm a lore nerd.
We can go into the story. I know a lot of people here actually are interested in what the Division lore has to tell.
Yes.
And for Resurgence, we actually worked very closely with the teams over at Massive to make sure that whatever we tell is coherent, consistent, logical with what the main entries, this one being also main entry, they all have a story, a cohesive story to tell. So typically we are introducing new factions, familiar faces from the Division 1, but also we are really bridging that gap between the Division 1 and the Division 2. Something that you'll get to experience as a player of Resurgence is actually the moment where the first wave of agents are being activated. So that's something we get to play as in the prologue. It's the very first few missions. So once you complete the tutorial, then you get really thrown into the midst of the original chaos. That's very biblical, actually, but you see what I mean, really the beginning of the story. And then we actually pick up after the events of the Division 1, when society, or at least civilians, have started to rebuild. And really the story of Resurgence is about that, is to make sure to help those early settlements that are budding, sprouting in the open world, in the area of Manhattan, to move along, get along, and survive the somewhat still chaotic situation that is taking place in Manhattan. So yeah.
So
I think most important question is because you say it's in the timeline Division 1 and all that. Does it have snow?
So it has.
I hear people like snow.
It has melting snow.
Does it have beautiful snow?
That works. I think
okay.
Yes. Sometimes it snows. Yes.
Nice.
So new canon story.
It's definitely a new canon story. It's entirely part of the story of the franchise. Very happy about that.
Really cool. So we talked about how we're working with feedback in the Division 2. How do you leverage that knowledge, and how will you work with it for the Resurgence?
Well, we're very happy to have our crash test dummies right here, who are playtesting everything for us. No, I'm kidding. Basically, what I want to say is we obviously look at what's happening already today in the universe of the Division 2. Typically, the Brooklyn DLC.
We are a guinea pig for you, is what
you are. But we'll throw it back to you once we're live.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
But basically, we check out how it's received. Obviously that educates us in how we should interact with this community, and also what type of content could be interesting to look into in the future for Resurgence. But the game has been announced in 2022, and it has already been through several loops of tests, as you may or may not know. And we've already been lucky enough to get some very, very valuable feedback from people from around the world, and that's stuff that already we used to adjust. And if I take just very quick examples, the introduction, the tutorial has been reworked using that feedback. The balancing of the games, has been reworked. The progression pacing has been reworked. So it's really stuff that we value a lot when we have that feedback. And that's why we're looking forward actually to see how the ETF is evolving in a sense and reopening its gates, because we're also looking into ways to make sure that we get those direct interactions, those very in-depth interactions with our most engaged players, some already existing from the past tests, but also new ones that will be coming up, joining us hopefully. And we really want to make sure that everyone's voice gets heard, and then if it makes sense, to act on it. For sure.
Sounds like a good plan, and my voice is breaking.
We're losing you.
So what's the next step?
the next step for us, actually, I kind of hinted at that. I'm very happy to confirm it. Is we're heading back into testing phase for the project. So it's been a while since the last tech took place. I'm pretty sure you know, but I can confirm that the next close test will be taking place in September. So that's right around the corner, actually. And you can indeed already come and start registering for it. It will be both for Android and iOS. And by that, sorry, I got confused. Getting served on the. That's perfect. But anyway, yes, you can jump in right now, go register, and maybe you have a chance to join our next test this September. It's actually, hopefully, the first step in the next stages for this game that's coming up soon to you all in free-to-play format on iOS and Android phones.
More division for everyone. But
yes. More division for everyone.
Best.
Thank you for that deep dive into Resurgence, Louis. It's amazing to see this franchise growing and evolving with the community at its heart. You know, my voice is breaking, but I'm too excited to care. Yes, I'm too excited to care because now we're going to talk about that other project on the horizon. Please welcome Magnus Jansen, Creative Director. Oh. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Could you introduce yourself a little bit more for our audience?
So, hello, my name is Magnus. I'm a creative director at Massive, just like Yannick. Super happy to be here. Exciting. My voice is amazing, of course, for 2 more minutes. And I work at Massive. I worked there for 20 years. And one of the things I did was that I had the privilege to be the creative director on the first Division game. Released in 2016. And that was a fantastic time. Then I was away from the world of the Division for a few years. But now I am back and working on something very, very exciting.
What? Come on.
We can wait it now. Okay. So I am super proud and thrilled to announce to you and to the world that we are working on the Division 2 Survivors.
Woo!
That sounds familiar.
So I know you can't reveal too much, but what can you share about the Division 2 Survivors?
As some of you had already figured out, right? You know, the wintry survival extraction experience is coming to the Division 2. And I know some of you are, like me, fans of the survival mode that we had in the first Division. And obviously, we think that those of you who like that will be very, very happy. But it's more than a remake, right? We are doing cool new things. And I can't reveal much more than that. But what I will say, and this is like a teaser, is that a hint to maybe the biggest new thing we're doing is right there in the name. So I'll just leave that there, and then I'll be back next year, okay?
Let the people figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure there will be plenty of theories.
That's or we don't know, and this is community involvement.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But so, you know, I asked earlier, like, how many of you were here since the days of Division 1? A lot of hands raised. So I think you have, amongst other people, this guy to thank because he was the original creative director. Round of applause for Magnus, please. Lots of respect. It's a privilege for me to get to work with Magnus. A great inspiration. So, why did you come back, Magnus?
I mean, look at this. It's like, is this not enough of a reason to come back? No, I mean, as I said, I was away for a while, but I did play, and I did play the Division 2 throughout all that time, and I'm so impressed what you've been doing. The game is really fun, new things added all the time, and as I was playing and running through the city, there's this feeling that I had that could this environment be explored through a very different gameplay lens? Could we have, the survival experience here in Washington? And that was, and then, one thing led to another, and here we are. So that was really like the origin.
Yeah, and with the Elite Task Force program being revamped, how are we planning to work with them?
Yeah, I mean, as Yannick was saying, like we've been making multiplayer games at Massive for 3 decades, and we're always getting better at testing in a real environment, not inside but outside with real players. And as Yannick was saying, like we constantly evolving and improving, and we tend to find that we want to, testing earlier is better than we always need to test earlier than we thought, and we always need to test more than we thought. And now, can't get much earlier than this, because I don't even have a T-shirt for the game, like you guys do. And then of course more, right? And personally, there's this anecdote that I like to talk about when there's new employees that are like, what do you mean we're gonna tell people, about the game, when we hardly have anything more than to show than this? Well, I say, like, listen, like we thought we tested the Division 1 really well. We had alphas and betas, but still on launch day, we didn't test Brooklyn. And then when on launch day we all got to Brooklyn and we wanted to activate as agents, and like, well, but you're out of luck. There's a queue to the friggin' laptop to activate it. I mean, who here was in queue to activate on the laptop in Division 1? Right, exactly. So, which is that's the proof, right? We need to test not just early, but we need to test more. And the Elite Task Force is, if you want to be in on that, that's where we will go to first.
Nice. So signed. I can't.
So I think.
Take over.
So this is another. Thank you, Anaïs. Your contribution will be remembered. But this is another reason why you need to sign up to the ETF. So if you didn't scan the QR code, don't worry. I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities to find it. I'm sure it's going to be online. But yeah, please sign up. We really want to have as many people as we can. And it starts with the ETF, as Magnus said, and then, of course, we will be expanding to more and more people. So thank you so much. And yeah, there's a lot happening in the world of the Division, so maybe we can actually show a bit of a recap. Yesterday, we had already a panel. We talked about some of the stuff that is actually presented here. So here, just to recap everything, we are currently ending the season that is called Crossroads. This is the season that started with the release of Battle for Brooklyn. Then after that, we are just about to start our next season, which is the one called The Pact. We talked about it yesterday. If you've been following the news, following the PTS, you know a bit about it. This is a season that is going to be about territory control. We're bringing a new feature called Retaliation, where the factions will push back in the world against you based on what you're doing and how much you're fighting against them. And it's coming also with a whole new set of modifiers here, once again, based on the idea of territory control. After that, it's about you.
Yes, we have Resurgence coming up, so same thing. Don't forget to go sign up. I'm sure you'll all get the recap or the QR code after that, making sure that we have your valuable feedback also for this brand new experience in the universe of the Division.
Yeah. And then we're going to get into the following season for the Division 2, the new season that is called Mutiny. And we also talked a bit about it yesterday, and I know that online at least it made a bit of noise, but yes, this season will come with a new ID, the concept of companion NPCs, so you will be able to play with NPCs alongside you. I will not say more. You'll have to wait a bit more for more news on that. That will be from December and leading us all the way to March, which, as you all know, because you're all Division specialists here, March is an important month. It's the anniversary month for the Division. And this March 2026, is a very important one because that's going to be the 10 years anniversary since that very day with the laptop, the Brooklyn laptop.
Yeah, the laptop day.
The laptop day in the history of the Division. So this will be the 10 years anniversary of the launch of Division 1 and of the franchise in general. So expect big celebration and a lot of news until then. Then there's a whole bunch of other things that are not even on this timeline, but we're already working on and planning. There's a great future ahead of us for the Division 2. More seasons, more content, more big stuff that we're not even going to share here on top of everything we've talked about. And somewhere in the future, once you finally get a T-shirt, then the Survivors experience. So that's at least the recap. So let me check the notes because this is not my part. This is a nice part. But yeah, when we can share more with you, of course, we will be doing that. There's a great future ahead of us. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your support. It means a lot to us. And yeah, there wouldn't be 10 years anniversary of the Division. There wouldn't be 10 years without having you part of it and the help and the support and the feedback that we've been getting. So once again, thank you. Thank you, everybody online. Hope you're happy with what you've heard. And again, stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of news. Please register to the ETF. Please register to the test for Resurgence. We need your feedback. We need you for hopefully another great 10 years of the Division. So thank you, everyone.
Sound, and now there's sound. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, hello everyone, very much welcome to the Rogue Prince of Persia panel here at Gamescom 2025. Great to see people in the audience, and hello to the stream audience as well, watching from home, from their PCs or their tablets or phones. I'm Oliver. I'm going to be guiding you through this panel today. And with me, I have two people here from Evil Empire, the devs from the team. If you want to introduce yourself, Dylan, Matt, real quick.
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Dylan. I'm the art director on this game.
And I'm Matt. I'm the marketing manager for the game.
Right. I think we brought a live a trailer. So let's get people in the mood for the game right now.
Sure.
So that must have been an exciting week for you too, after the announcement on Wednesday, I suppose, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah, it's been a bit of a busy week, and it's kind of like a relief to finally release it in 1.0. But it's yeah, it feels great. Actually, it feels great.
So it's out now since Wednesday. This was the big surprise, I think, for everyone, right? Like for fans to like, hey, it's out now. You can play the 1.0, the full release right now. Do you want to give people a clear idea what the 1.0? What changed? What did you bring for that full release?
So we added the last story act, which is like one of the main things that now you can do a full run, and you have to discover the one true path to save Persia. So we added like 2 extra biomes, a final boss, and a time rewind ability. But basically, yeah, we're kind of tying the bow on the whole early access period. Yeah.
So what what is the plan for the future? Are there things do you take a break now? I'm like, okay, it's out now. Let's take a break. 1 week vacation after Gamescom. What's the plan? What are your next weeks and months looking like?
Well, we've still got the Switch release to do, which we can't say when exactly now. But yeah, obviously we'll fix up some things and then we'll reconsider what we're doing for the next few months. Yeah.
Right. So rough idea of what the panel is. After this little intro here in the trailer, we're gonna soon jump into gameplay, so you can show off your skills in the game, and everyone can judge you how well you're doing. And then we planned in roughly 15 minutes of Q&A at the end. So after 30 minutes or so time, planning for Q&A, which means any questions you might have about the game or to the people, maybe you want to know what their jobs are, what their daily lives look like work lives, obviously. And this is something you can ask him after the gameplay presentation. Do we jump into the next trailer and then it's time for gameplay?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
You might think that the Rogue Prince of Persia is just another 2D action roguelike, and you'd be wrong. Yes, we have plenty of deadly weapons, powerful abilities, and game-breaking builds, but what makes it different? I'm going to tell you. This is 2D parkour in full flow. You will run, vault, and somersault through the world, blending traversal and combat into one seamless movement. If you're looking for Prince of Persia DNA, then shine a black light on this. It'll light up like Times Square. And that wall run? That is the first of its kind in the 2D game. Every fight is a chance to move with style. You're not just swinging a sword, you're fighting with everything. Kick enemies into traps or into each other. Vault to dodge attacks. Wall run over hazards. Dive to stun. Boot rocks and arrows into the faces of your foes. It's like playing a Jackie Chan movie as the Prince of Persia. This is acrobatic and environmental combat that rewards creativity and looks damn good doing it. The story holds more surprises. The prince must live the same day over and over, searching for a way to stop an enemy invasion that his actions have triggered. You must learn from each run, discovering how to save key characters and family members and bringing them to the oasis outside of the time loop to unlock new biomes, items, and story beats. Only by exploring the entire city, from the depths of the mines to the top of the lighthouse, will you find the one path that will give you the chance to change the fate of Persia. And the soundtrack? Woo! An unheard of combination of traditional Persian instruments fused with modern trap. It drives you forward. Every run has a rhythm, every fight has a beat, and we guarantee you'll be listening to it when you're not even playing. So there you have it. The Rogue Prince of Persia offers a unique combination of 2D wall running, environmental combat, a branching narrative, and a pulsating soundtrack, on top of all the usual tasty roguelike ingredients. This is a roguelike with rhythm, flow, and style.
All right, then I would say we can switch to the gameplay part for today. And then it's up to you and show what you got. Can you give people a quick intro? Where are you right now? What's the what kind of situation in the game are you at this moment?
Yeah, so yesterday we played a fresh save, so we were showing the tutorial and everything, and today I decided to launch a save that is a bit more advanced, so I can show more cool stuff.
Sure, go ahead.
So this is the very first level of the game. We're just gonna jump straight into it. Oh, okay. So we're starting with a rescue. This poor little girl is getting attacked. I need to save her. Let's see if I can do this, but
Yeah, I can talk to this bit. So this is something we added in early access, where we knew the platforming with the wall run and like the pole vaults was something which people really liked. So we wanted to add in like a platforming section, which randomly appears sometimes in your run, where you can really like push your platforming skills to the limit and win a reward if you make it in time. So Dylan seems to be doing well, and
it's okay. Okay, right on time. The little girl is safe, and now I get cool stuff. So this is a medallion. This is what is going to make your build in the game. This one is stunning an enemy. Stunning an enemy inflicts 50 additional damage. Let's take it.
Pretty good.
This is health. I don't need it right now.
You're doing very good on the health side. Yeah.
Okay. Little bit of gold.
And the prince doesn't usually look like this. This is the skin with our studio's logo on his head. It's not yet.
I remember I've seen when I played that there was also skin like inspired by the first Prince of Persia, like the old one.
Yeah.
That was like, okay, there's some nostalgia in there as well. I like seeing that because
So the weapon I have right now allows me to put poison on the mob, like this. So poison does damage over time. Maybe I can find some medallions that would have a good synergy with this. That would be cool.
they're randomized, right? Like the kind of weapons or the kind of medallions you find. This is like a random thing you have to adapt basically to what the game gives you in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and different medallions can work well with different weapons. Like, if you have a medallion which gives you 20% chance to poison enemies on attack, then you want a weapon which gives like fast attacks, because then you have more chance.
More chances, yeah, nice too.
And then yeah, obviously it depends on which ones you find, what weapon you have equipped, and yeah.
So let's take this and let's change the weapon. Let's try a new one.
That's a cool one.
This one looks cool. It's very acrobatic. Okay.
So the variety of enemy types in the game, I assume they also change depend on which region you're in the game, right? So they're different.
Yeah, each biome has different enemies in it, and we basically wanted to create enemies which would really like challenge you to use the moveset of the prince to its maximum, because you have a wall run, you have a kick, you have a shoulder vault. So we kind of want to make these situations where you have different types of enemies and you have to kind of think on the fly and adapt yourself to what's attacking you at that point in time.
Okay, second biome.
This is the aqueduct.
Lots of people here.
Yeah, so this is an elite enemy which we added a few months ago. So we kind of wanted to create these situations where like elites can either add shields on enemies around you, they can steal your gold. They kind of create these situations where you have a bit more pressure, a bit more kind of urgency to kill them before the effect gets out of hand. And it creates these nice little moments in the gameplay where you're kind of like panicking. But if you succeed, then you get a nice reward.
And these wells that you find there is basically fast travel points, right? So it lets you go back to previous parts because there's some branching in the levels as well. It's not in a straight line. You have to, maybe there's some puzzles, some hidden secrets hidden in some places.
Yeah, it's basically to allow you. If you find a shop but you don't have enough money, you can go back to visit it, or if you drop some health and you don't need it. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time traveling through areas you've already been. So we wanted to kind of keep that fast flow. It's a fast-paced game, so we didn't want people to be running around everywhere, wasting time.
When I play, I love that there are different animations for how he jumps or falls into these wells. I love that because it looks very elegant if he just lets him like fall himself backwards into this. I love that, yeah.
maybe I can take this, so I can sacrifice some max health points to have this medallion. Let's take it. And let's take this one too.
And you got an achievement. Congratulations.
I did. This I don't want. Okay.
So yeah, Dylan just got a medallion which can inflict fire. No, resin, sorry. And resin and poison can interact and have those different effects. So yeah, we wanted to have this thing of, okay, you don't just have a weapon which does fire damage, you can also kind of like make your build where different things interact, and you're going to have to think about what you're going to pick up and what might work best, which hopefully we'll see.
That's cool. Okay. Oops.
I hated these guys so much when the first time I played. I hated like.
Yeah,
they're the worst.
I can see why.
Then I found later enemies that I hated more, but like this was the first one. I was like, oh my god, no, this is. I really didn't like these dudes.
Maybe I shouldn't take this medallion.
So yeah, Dylan just triggered Vayu's Breath, which is like a speed boost, and you get it from doing like from killing enemies and from doing like perfect moves off of poles and wall jumps, and yeah, it gives you a speed boost, and then also you can add skills which kind of give you bonuses while it's active, and it really makes you feel like you're just like a god.
This is cool. So this is like a gambling router. You can pay money to get something random. Sometimes you can get something really cool. It just depends. It's like
but you're out of money now, so
yeah.
No more gambling on this. For the prince, yeah.
This is a little puzzle. Which I know, so.
Yeah, it looks like you've played this before. Yeah.
Maybe a few times.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, because it's a Prince of Persia game, we wanted to make sure we had like puzzles and traps and kind of environmental gameplay as well as just combat, because it's Prince of Persia.
Okay, let's take back this one, this weapon that does poison, so I can show you some combinations later. And we'll get to the first boss pretty soon. Like right now.
You can do it with no hit?
So my build is a little bit random at the moment. Critical hits, stun nearby enemies. Yeah.
That's good.
It's good.
It's got synergies. That's what you need. You need synergies.
Okay. So this is Berud, the first boss of the game. She's here to keep us from entering the city.
And each boss is like a general of the Hun army, and they've all been kind of corrupted in some way by the magic. In this case, she's become a massive bull. As is the first boss, we really wanted to encourage people to use the wall run. So yeah, basically, if you don't use the wall run in this boss, then you're gonna die very, very quickly, as Dylan is demonstrating so well.
So when I kick this rock, I can stun the boss, so it gives me some time to hit her. Here I just need to avoid the attack. Yeah. We're just gonna try and not get hit, because I failed yesterday.
You were so close as well.
Yeah, I was. Okay, no, I failed. Not today, not today. It's fine.
Come on, dude.
I'm missing. It's alright. Soon we get to the second phase. So this is the second phase of the boss. She's breaking the wall, so now I have less space to wall run. It's a little bit more challenging. Alright.
That means you will meet multiple of these bosses throughout the game that you have to basically beat to progress further, unlock another regions.
Yeah.
I assume they're all annoying in their own very way, right?
Yeah, yeah. Some of them is more about like dodging. Sometimes it's more about using the platforming to get out of the way. But yeah, they're all they're very different in their own way. We kind of tried to make sure that each path you chose had a particular feeling to it. Yeah.
Okay, she's dead.
Yes.
So let's see what we got. This is the saw blade. It's a tool that I can use to put a trap like this. It can be cool. This one is a medallion that increases my max health when I do environmental kill. This is when I kick an enemy into spikes, for instance. And just some currencies. Let's take it.
Yeah.
And now I have a choice between different biomes. So because this is a save that is a bit more advanced, I have already all the biomes
little
that are
bit
unlocked.
advanced, yes.
Yeah. So now I can choose between the Temple of Atar, the Port of Tsifun, and the Tower of Oblivion. I think I'm gonna go to the port because it's one of the new biomes, the one re-released with the 1.0.
Sure.
And it's at the bottom.
Yes, at the down.
It's this one.
So you're obviously far too good to die at the moment, at least. What was when we're talking about obviously it's a roguelike game,
Yeah.
right? The Rogue Prince of Persia. What is the, if you just want to give people like an overview of like what are the rogue elements? We've seen you collected some currency, like both the gold for in the levels and then these other currency. How is basically what am I doing if I'm failing at Beirut multiple times? What is the ways I can improve? How do I get better and hopefully beat her at some point?
Yeah. So basically, you can use the purple currency to buy new medallions, new weapons. Back at the Oasis, which we haven't seen yet, which the Oasis is like your hub. When you die, you go back.
Yep.
And there, you can buy up weapons, medallions, and then also every time you come on a run, you can go to different biomes and find different clues, meet different characters to find out more of the story, unlock new areas, and then like that you advance in the story and find even more stuff to unlock until you can save Persia, basically.
And then there's also the level system, right? You can unlock, like, get skill points, essentially.
Yeah, so that just comes through experience. So in the bottom left corner is as you defeat enemies, you gain experience. And when you go back to Oasis, you have a skill tree where you can unlock skill points to get stuff like an extra potion or extra gold at the start of a run. Stuff which will help you to win as you go through. It's not just unlocking extra items, it actually gives you an advantage in each run. So you hear the magic of the Huns has kind of corrupted the world around it. So that's why this the water's looking pretty nasty. Like you don't want to go for a swim in that. And there's like these tentacles coming out to try and get you to.
So here I can use this tool maybe so that I can get away and they will just die. That's cool. I put it too high. This one will give me health when I kill him, so that's good. So this biome has some kind of inner levels, like inside levels, that it allows you to yeah, to find some cool stuff inside. And also I can get to places that I wouldn't be able to get outside. So you go inside and then you end up
in a different
part. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Let's take this. And I have no slots left. I need to make a choice. Maybe let's get rid of this one that I don't need. And then I can sell the stuff that I don't want. So maybe with the money later I can find a shop and buy something cool. Okay. No. And see, there is this like tentacle that's attacking me. And so actually there is a way to get rid of this tentacle if you do the right choices. You can come to this biome and the corruption is cleaned.
Ah, okay.
So it's part of the like this. This is the mind map, and it's how you explore the story in the game. And so you will have different characters that you will meet, and it's kind of like a little detective game where you have to find clues to understand how to go further in the story.
So it's also worth really exploring all the corners of each level, not just for loot, but also for the clues essentially.
Yeah, exactly. You'll find characters, you'll find like little clues, like little letters or something, to help you kind of figure out what's going on. And each story act is based on one of your family members. So there's your brother, your mother, and your father. And you have to kind of find out how to save them and get them back to the oasis to keep them safe.
So here, for instance, there is a boat that could get me to the lighthouse in the background, but it seems that I cannot use it because of the corruption.
Yeah.
So maybe I can find a way to get rid of this corruption. So this is this kind of yeah. So now I unlocked a new location, and so this is a new boss actually. So instead of beating Berud that I've beaten just before, I have a new option now, a new boss.
Yeah, and that's how you unlock the story, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So next run, maybe I can go see this guy, beat him, and see if there's something changed here in this biome. That's the idea.
So you've been in early access for how long?
Over a year.
Yeah.
I think it was like 15, 16 months in the end. Yeah.
How did you approach the early access phase? Like, what were you obviously you set goals for yourself? Okay, why are we using early access phase? What was the working with players to get the game shaping up towards the full release? Or can you like walk us through a bit? Like, what was the process for you? What was the plan? How did you approach the early access period?
Yeah, so we kind of had our own. Obviously, we have an idea of what we want to add to the game during early access, but the whole point is like you have a strong community which wants to give you feedback, which wants to play each update. So we approached it in a way of saying, okay, look, we've got this roadmap, we're going to do this X, Y, and Z, and we want to work with the players to kind of figure out the finer points of what's happening. So every month we released a big chunky update with like either a new biome or like one time we kind of basically tripled the number of weapons in the game. And each time we take the feedback from the players and then in the next update fine-tune things. And yeah, it was a really collaborative way of making a game. Obviously we all have our own ideas, but sometimes just by putting an idea out there, hearing the feedback from the players can like trigger something else in your head which you never even thought of. So yeah, it was a really nice like collaborative process. And yeah, it was a real pleasure just to work with the players.
That's great to hear. So I guess now that it's a full release, now you will still get plenty of feedback from people of like what else they would like to see and what changes they would like to have.
Yeah, we've been a bit too busy.
Yeah.
At Gamescom to have a look, but I'm sure on Monday when we get back there'll be like a massive list of stuff.
Okay, so now we're in the Craftsman district. And this level have like toxic pools that I should probably not go into.
You already did. He said and immediately stepped in
straight away.
Not right now. This allows me to upgrade my weapon, but maybe I will try to find a better weapon first. These guys are super annoying. Let's go there. Okay, maybe a cool weapon. Medallion slot. Breaking a protective aura sets fire to the areas. That's cool. I stepped in it. It's alright. Lots of people here. I'm maybe not going to kill everyone because I want to get to the other boss. So here we go. Should I go now?
Yeah, just go for it. Yeah.
All right. So see, you don't have to explore all of the biome. You can just go straight to the boss, but you will have less money and less stuff to be prepared. I think I'm okay for now.
Do I know as a player that I'm like nearing a boss, or is it more like, oh, okay, now I'm at the boss area, that kind of feeling?
I feel like it's like you know when you play it, you know like when you're ready. And yeah, it depends on which boss you're going up against, because some builds are better against certain bosses.
I was just looking at the time. I think we're nearing the end of the gameplay part of things. So if you want to have questions directly to the two people, you can ask now. There are these QR codes you can see here on the sides. They will lead you to Slido, where you can write down your questions, and then I'll get them here on my tablet and can take a look and forward them to the two. If you already have all your questions answered because you're already hyped for the game, that's even better, of course, but we at least want to give you that opportunity. You can also ask questions in the Twitch chat, of course, and we'll forward them here over to us, and I can also have them here on my tablet. Otherwise, I'll have to think of some difficult question for the two here.
Oops.
There's a question about the platformer, specifically PlayStation 5. Is there something you can comment on, you can talk about?
Yeah, so on Tuesday we released on Game Pass for Xbox. We released on PlayStation Plus, and obviously you can just buy it on those consoles. It's on Ubisoft Store, it's on Steam, and you can also get it on Switch in coming soon, we're saying. It's coming soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's planned for now. All right. Question about special abilities besides the dash. If you can show them what kind of special abilities you have. I mean, you're kind of busy right now with the boss fight, I assume.
Well, the dash allows you to vault over an enemy if you're close to it. It's actually the same input. So if you're in the air, it will dash like this. If you're close to an enemy, you go over it and you get some invincibility frames. So that's actually really useful to dodge attacks. Then you have the kick, which is very powerful. It allows you to push enemies, and if you combine it with medallions, it can have special effects like triggering fire or poison.
You used it quite a bit in the previous boss fight to kick the stones and stun them.
Yeah.
Right, for that? Yeah.
And if you kick one enemy into another one, then they both get stunned as well, so it gives time to like breathe or time to attack. You can kick enemies into traps or like off ledges, so they just like fall to their death. And obviously the wall run is like the key to both combat and traversal. It's like the best tool you can use.
Yeah.
And then for the tools, like Dylan's got the saw trap. But we have tools where they like teleport you, or you can like almost you can go back in time as well. It just depends on what you pick up during your run.
Oops. I just said didn't have internet on this tablet. Now I have more questions than I had before. That's a good sign. I think we touched on this a bit earlier when I asked you about future plans. You probably don't want to go into super detail of what's planned in the future, but if there's something you want to say, otherwise we'll keep it as like wait and see.
It's a we'll see. Yes. Yeah. Sorry about that, but yeah.
The number of weapons in the game. How much choice do I have? You can just name some examples if you don't know them off the top of your head.
I think the main weapons we have around 20-something.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much 30.
30? Yeah. And then we have the secondary weapons, the tools as we call them. We have like 12.
Yeah. But then you've got everything from like heavy slow axes to like the knuckle dusters to spears which you throw and double axes. You got everything. Basically any kind of style of gameplay is covered, and so you can kind of adapt to either what medallions you've picked up or just what you prefer to play as. Some people like to have heavy slow weapons and some people like to be super agile. So it's, yeah.
Am I also basically wanting to use specific weapons against specific bosses, or is this more of a personal choice kind of thing, what I like to just use?
I think it's kind of both, really. It's like, yeah, it depends on, like, as I said earlier, if you have a medallion where you've got like a chance on a hit to do something, you want fast weapons to get as many hits as you can to trigger the things. It really just depends on, it's up to you to adapt to the medallions which come up, or if you really want to, like if you find a weapon you like, then you could kind of try and brute force the RNG to get you the stuff you want. It's up to you. That's the great thing about roguelikes. It gives you the choice to make your own decisions.
Yeah.
Then there's the question of like, if you played the original Prince of Persia, you know, the DOS game from back
way
in the
back.
days. And if yes, what did you think? What is the experience with it?
I haven't played it. I don't think anyone played it.
Which one?
The original.
Like the very first one?
Yeah. Marcus is probably old enough.
Yeah, Marcus is probably old enough.
Okay, then I did play it, but it's been a long, long time because I remember my older brother had installed it on our grandpa's PC.
Yeah.
So was my experience, but it's been like, I don't know, 20 years or something, maybe more that I've experienced it. So I really can't talk about my experience anymore. I just have that rough, faint image of how it looked like, and that's about it. Yeah.
It was definitely like an inspiration. Like we looked at old footage from the game and we tried to use it where we could. There's even like a skin of like an old pixelated in the old kind of style. But yeah, obviously, like if you're working on a franchise, you have to look at all of the old games just to see if there's great ideas you can take, stuff you can pay homage to. But yeah, I don't think anyone's actually played it.
Fair enough. But there was one, because you earlier were like, I don't want to take any damage from the boss. So one of the questions here is directly on like, is there a special reward if I don't get damage? If I like make it through, am I so good that I don't take any damage?
Yeah. So there is an achievement for each boss if you do it hitless, and there is also a skin. So in the Oasis, you have a character that gives you quests, and for each mob, for each enemy, you have a list of quests, and the last one for the boss is usually the hitless quest, and it gives you a skin.
Yeah.
The skin of the boss.
There's a question, I think we touched on it earlier when we talked about platforms, or maybe you just want to repeat it where people can get the game if they're so hyped they want to play now. What does the platforms the game is releasing, or is released right now on?
So yeah, it's released. Well, what platforms is it released on?
Yes, just the platforms. Yeah, where people can get the game.
So Steam, Ubisoft Store, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch is coming soon.
Right.
Yeah.
So almost everywhere.
Almost everywhere.
Basically, right? Yes. The favorite feature of the game. Can you even name one? Are there multiple?
Favorite feature? I don't know. I like the wall run is cool because it's like we think it's the first time that a wall run has been used in a 2D game. So like the fact that you can use the background to play the game is kind of I like that. I find that kind of like fun to play as and something unique, which hasn't been done before. I don't know if you've got something.
I think I would say in general the movements, like the parkour, is the most satisfying aspect of the game. Just once you get the hang of it, it's really intuitive to play, I think, and it feels good to move around.
Yeah. I think for me it would also be the animations and the flow of the game. I talked about the wells earlier, and this animation when you go into the fast travel, these wells. And even I, as someone who is like usually not very good at these games, you still get these moments of satisfaction when you hit all the buttons at the right time, and you get that the flow going. Yeah, definitely agreed.
Actually, there is the way that you discover new weapons and unlock them is you get like these challenge rooms where you have like a platforming section where you have to kind of get through this long platforming section to get to a chest. I really like that feature because you can do it. If you can do it without hitting any of like the environmental hazards, you feel like really good. Like you just spent.
Yeah, I did not manage that.
That's so good when you just nail everything. It's super satisfying.
There's a question again about DLC. I think you addressed that earlier as like whatever happens in the future is something to be talked about in the future, right? What happens after release? Everyone's now just very pleased and excited about the release itself that just happened 2 days ago, the full release. Do enemies become stronger with you, or do they stay the same power level, essentially? If you revisit an older area you've been earlier, do the enemies change, or is it going to be the same?
It does. Yeah. So actually right now we are in the 3rd act of the game because the story has already progressed.
Yep.
And as you progress in the story, the biomes will start to change. So it's just like it's both environmental storytelling, so that you can notice details that tells that the story advanced. It's a bit difficult to explain because the game is in a time loop, and so some elements can change depending on what actions you have in the loop. And yeah, as I was showing before in the mind map, depending on the things that you accomplish, some stuff can change in the world. You can make it evolve.
And that's one that is... sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, go ahead.
That is more about like the creative vision behind it, I guess, or the making process, which is how did you decide on making a new Prince of Persia game? How did you come up with the idea? How did you start working on this?
So yeah, well, it actually happened at the Game Developer Conference in, I want to say San Francisco, I can't remember. But basically, like, some guys were having dinner with Ubisoft, and they like just proposed it because we worked on Dead Cells, which is a similar action roguelike. And we're like, it would be cool to do like this kind of style of game. And like you guys said, yes, why not? But it was kind of cool to work on a franchise which obviously a lot of us love. And then to have these like constraints, not say constraints, but it's like, okay, it's a Prince of Persia game. It needs to be in Persia. You need to have acrobatic combat. You need to have a war run. It kind of like, it helps kind of like focus us on making this like tight acrobatic combat kind of game. Yeah, it was really interesting. Like we even tried to do a time rewind feature back in like pre-production, and it just sadly didn't really work. Which, you know, it's hard to let something go, but we said we have to kind of move on. But what we ended up, like the 2D wall run and the parkour, was it pays homage to the series.
Okay. What other question was, but I think that's something you would need to dive for this question, is the question of if we can show them the skins or how many skins there are, but I think this is something you can only do in the hub. You mentioned it earlier, right? And obviously we don't really want to see you die on screen after doing so well.
I could. It's either I die and I show you what's in the Oasis, or I can also show the final boss.
That's the question, right? Because we talked about the rogue elements or the roguelike elements of the game, but we haven't shown them the Oasis and everything. So I don't know. We can ask with hand signs in the audience if you rather want to see Dylan die or fight the last boss, or die trying.
I can die to the final boss. That can be a a compromise.
Because we have only like about 2 or 3 minutes left, so it's not like we have too long. If for whatever you still want to show the audience, we basically have a few minutes left.
My problem is that my weapon is not strong enough, and I don't have enough money to buy a new one in the shop. So I'm gonna go to the boss with this weapon, but it's not powerful enough. I know it. So usually what I would do is I would spend a little bit more time here and kill enemies to get more gold so that I can buy a new weapon. But I'm just going to go straight to the boss. So because the boss is actually behind this big door, and so in this level I can choose to spend more time here to prepare, or I can just go straight into it. So let's go. So he's waiting in the palace, super corrupted. And so this is like the big bad guy, basically. Okay, let's get into it. So the way he attacks is inspired by all of the bosses that you played against previously. So like this pattern, the Falling Rocks one was Altan, one of the bosses that you can encounter.
So it's basically you're preparing players, teaching them specific ways and specific tactics to them. Yeah, makes sense.
And then sometimes he'll do an attack which is just horrible. And he's the final boss. It's going to be difficult, right?
So yeah, each attack is one from another boss. So you should be prepared when you get to it because you learned everything before, but he's still quite challenging.
Yeah, he has a very large health bar.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I think I'm not prepared in terms of weapon.
You skipped a load of enemies, like you didn't get all the gold. And
So I think I will just give up and just show the oasis.
Yeah, real quick. We have maybe a minute or so, so let's
so that we can end on this. So this is the place you go back to when you die, and this is where you have all your meta progression, and you also have some story elements here. So you have NPCs that can help you. So here is the blacksmith. You can unlock new weapons here. Here is the medallions. You can also unlock upgrades. Here is something that you can use when you first beat the game. You will unlock it, and it gives you difficulty modifiers, so that if it's not difficult enough, you can crank it up.
Yes. Yeah. And if you beat these levels, like you win more skill points. You can
makes sense.
Like
And skins.
Skins, yeah, real quick.
Skins are at the other side of the oasis, right here. We got a bunch of them. And so this is the basic one, and you can get a lot of skins. Pedro.
So you also unlock them with the same this purple currency, I forgot the name, but you can correct me, that you also use to unlock these medallions that you just showed, right? This guy.
Yeah. So let's pick blue.
And that's it.
All right. I think we are at the end of our allotted time slot for your panel.
Okay.
So I think we can recap real quick. If people are now interested or have not already bought the game, what can they do? Where can they find your game?
So you can find it on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Ubisoft Store, and Switch is coming soon.
Right. Yeah. It's almost as if you've said that before. Great. Thank you both very much for joining for this panel, for presenting to our audience your game. That's super appreciated. To our audience, thank you all for joining, and we hope you have a great rest of your Gamescom or way home if this was your last day. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of the people that joined us for our Anno 117 Pax Romana gameplay panel. It's very nice seeing you here, and also hello to everybody that's joining us on Twitch right now. Also very, very happy to have you. Yeah, since we've talked about Latium so much in the past couple of weeks and months, Latium is our Roman-inspired province. We are now shifting our focus for Gamescom here to Albion, which is the Celtic province of Anno 117 Pax Romana. It's far up in the north. Today we will see Albion, and in the 30 minutes of our gameplay presentation, we will talk a little bit about the characteristics of the province. We will walk you through the cultural differences that you will face there as a Roman governor. And also we will talk a little bit about religion, as well as the military options that you will have in this province. We will then have a 15-minute Q&A, and if you want to ask your questions, we have some dedicated QR codes at the sides of our booth that you can scan, and you can also already submit your questions during our panel if there's something specific that you want to know. Also, we will have the game open for our Q&A, so we can also have a closer look at some of the menus or a specific part of the game that you want to see. With me today, I have two lovely colleagues. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. I am Oliver. I'm the community developer on Anno 117 Pax Romana.
And I'm Jan. I'm a development tester on the Anno team.
Did you introduce yourself properly?
Oh, yeah, I forgot to introduce myself.
Right?
What a beginner's mistake. Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Lisa. I'm the product manager for Anno 117 Pax Romana. And yeah, I would say let's set sail. Let's have a look at it. Also, the safe game that you see today is from Jan. So huge shout out to him for building. And yeah. Right now, I would say, we already see a little bit the landscape of Albion, and this, since you're a Roman governor, is very unfamiliar to what you actually know. You're coming in, you're getting sent by the emperor, and this is really something that is shocking to you.
Yeah, the weather is so different. It's not raining right now, but it's raining quite often in Albion. Oh no, now it's raining perfect,
of course,
as if it was planned, right? There's a ground fog all during most times of the day, especially in the morning, in the evening, but even during the day. The landscape is more hilly, the cliffs are steeper, everything is a little bit less inviting than it might be in sunny Latium to the south. And then what Jan is already hovering over, this is the marshlands. So on top of just normal forest and wide field is also this marshland, which is not very nice to walk through, especially if you're Roman and wearing sandals. This is not the place you want to be, so you can see the locals are using stilts, for example, and are keeping their feet dry, or you build like these roads over the marshland and make sure that everything keeps moving. And then you build production buildings, or buildings in general, in the marshland as well, like, for example, this eel grabber. So this land is not an obstacle in itself, firstly, but it is a usable resource, essentially. And we can already see the person that's working in this production building, the wanderer.
Waiter.
Sorry, I mixed up the German and English.
Yeah.
Usually it's the other way around. The waiter. It's the first population tier, so obviously because Albion, you're not being sent to Albion to an empty province. It's very much still already inhabited by people that are living there for generations, and they know the land and they know how to use it for their productions. So yeah, Jan, you already built a settlement over here with some of them living there and having set up certain production chains. You can see these cute little houses with their reed roofs, and everyone has like their their let's call it family tree next to each house.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely looking fantastic. I really love the cottagecore vibes that are going on there. And yeah, the small little houses. But what Jan has already opened here are the different need categories that we have. For example, here for food, we have 2 different types, cockles and eels. And it is up to you as a Roman governor if you want to provide both to your population or just one, which is a feature that we call optional needs. It's actually very useful, and of course, if you provide both, it will have certain benefits for you and your population as well.
Yeah, but to upgrade your own, as you said, to upgrade them further in the progress for the game, you don't have to provide everything. So this is kind of the thing you choose how nice you want to be in terms of what you want to provide them, but also how much, in the other way around, how much effort you want to put into setting up all these production chains. We talked about the marshland being very wet, a very nice place to walk into. So there's the last group of needs, right? Fashion. Yes. What is hidden in this fashion category, Jan?
Well, we have the reed shoes.
Shoes sound useful, yeah.
And some tunics. But we're missing some reeds shoes. I think we can definitely build some.
Really nice. So the reed farm is something that needs to be built in the marshland, which is basically like the secret superpower of the Celts, using this land to their advantage. Thanks, Jan, for building this. But there is also a second building to this production chain, right?
Yeah, the shoe weaver, which can be placed in marshes, but I think we can place it over here. It fits really nicely, you know, gives some nice benefits.
Such a surprise that it fits so perfectly in this prepared slot, right? Yes.
Almost on purpose.
Yeah, and I think a really nice detail that our art director recently told me is if you look at the building for the shoe weaver from above, it really reminds you of actual shoes that the Celts used. The roofs are inspired by that. And I thought that's a really nice detail that they brought in.
But now we've provided all the needs for our waiters, so we could upgrade them, and this is where the next unique part about Albion comes into play. Topic of Romanization, because as you mentioned, or as Lisa mentioned at the beginning, you're a Roman governor, so you decide how you treat the locals, how are you governing this province. And part of this decision is how do you approach the topic of the local culture? Do you let the locals stick to their traditions, let them stick to the ways of life they always had, here and upgrade the path on the right for the Celtic path, and then upgrade to the Smiths? Or do you start a process of Romanization, force them, nicely of course, but no, force them to adapt certain or promote Roman customs, Roman building styles, Roman clothing styles, bring these kind of things. And we thought, since it's so late in the day, we let the audience decide on which path we want to upgrade here, so just shout it into the room and we decide the loudest will take Roman or Celtic.
I heard Roman really
Roman was louder than
very loud over there.
Yeah.
Then we're doing Roman, I suppose.
So let's go for Roman then.
The Mercators. And as you can see, the architecture of the Mercator building is vastly different from the Celtic residence buildings. That's so nice. I love this feature that you can upgrade multiple buildings.
Oh, it's so nice.
As you can see, the architecture is very much inspired by the architecture that you can also find in Latium. It's very Mediterranean, and I think without the weather, you could almost believe it a tiny bit that you're at the heart of the empire. Yeah, but obviously the Mercators do not only come with different buildings, they also have certain needs that they want to fulfill. And here we can see the food needs for the Mercators, which is sausages and bread. I do think most of you that have played Anno 1800 are probably familiar to a certain type of problem that happens with bakeries. I would say let's set up the bread production.
Let's do it. Let me just pause the game real quick.
That's That's a great shout, Jan. As you can see, Jan just paused the game. This is a feature that we call active pause, and it is now possible to build while your game is paused, which gives you much more flexibility when you're planning your city and setting it up. A nice wheat field here. That's perfect. Jan, could you walk us through what's required for the bread production?
Yes, so first we have to do some wheat farming, a very important ingredient, and then we have to, of course, make it into flour. And then we have the bakery, but the bakery needs to be fired up with some charcoal. And then we would be ready to place the bakery.
And now we have these funny symbols above houses. And you can see above the building itself, you see see the symbol as well, but also have two indicators. The first one is that you're getting money. So all the houses that you see with the symbols above, they're producing more money, +2 per house that's affected in this area. But on the other hand, as Lisa said, there is a likelihood of these buildings catching fire. Which means the fire safety of your island is decreased of all the buildings that are on it. So it's a bit of a trade-off you have to make. Do you need money right now? Then you might want to trade in, okay, fire safety, it's fine for now, I really need that money. Or is fire safety really important to you right now? And you're making plenty money, then you might want to build that bakery somewhere outside the city where there are less houses that are affected, and then the fire safety remains good. US is now looking not so good anymore, Jan.
Sadly not.
Yep.
But we can always circumvent it with some vigils.
Basically a Roman-style fire department. So there are ways to mitigate also negative effects in the same way there are positive effects. And not all buildings come with like a positive and a negative side. There are buildings that are purely positive, only have upsides. The coal maker that you just put in the forest here, the charcoal burner, only has a negative one because no one wants to live next to a charcoal burner, so it has a increased fire risk, and also the health goes down as well in the vicinity.
Yeah, but I would say we've seen a lot right now in our first safe game, but now it's time to change to the second safe game that we provided, that we prepared for you, or that Jan prepared. Not taking credit for Jan's work. Yes, and as we already said at the beginning, there are a couple of population tiers that you will face in Albion, 5 in total, and we've now already seen 3. So that means that 2 are still missing. And I would say, let's have a look. Wow. Okay. First of all, I love this view. Also, the sunlight that is coming through the aqueducts.
Yep, this is already a good indicator that you also Romanize this province, right? When you can see the aqueduct up on that hill.
Absolutely.
And I think this also is the time of day, right? So there are different lights depending on which time it is. Right now it's in the early evening, early evening, it's 9 p.m. But if you switch the time, you can see the light changes, the direction of the sunlight changes, the shadows are getting longer, there might be more fog. So it's really like you can let the daytime run through, or you can pick a different time. It could be night, it could be day. I think, Jan, if you just let it run through, and then we can really experience all the different times of day throughout that.
Sounds good.
Then I would say let's continue where we left off, which was the Mercatos.
Yeah, right. So Jan has built a nice little Roman settlement here up the hill, and since our Mercators have their needs fulfilled, you were already able to upgrade a couple of them.
A couple of them. A little village full of the nobles.
That looks so nice. And as you can see, yes, we continue with the Roman style of architecture for our nobles. This is the 3rd residence tier in Albion. And even though the nobles are born in Albion and therefore have Celtic roots, they see themselves as true and legit Romans. Which I think if you would say that in Latium, the actual true Romans would laugh about it.
They might see that differently.
Yeah.
Tiny bit.
Probably.
They did adapt, as you can already see on their profile there. They did adapt a lot of Roman custom as well. When it comes to clothing, they don't wear beards, while lots of Celts would otherwise wear beards, so they're shaving. Then obviously, yeah, they come with their own set of needs, and this is the third and highest population tier for the Romanized way. So obviously they have a lot of things they want from you. As it's typical in Anno, they're demanding a lot, and you need to spend a lot of time and effort in setting up all these production chains. That goes with food. They might even want things that you need to import from Albion, like wine or olive oil. But there are also the public service needs. One, as we already can see, right, the aqueduct that you built to bring some fresh water from the mountains directly into the city. But they're also asking for entertainment. Jan, can you solve that problem for us?
We definitely can.
Amazing. Yeah, so Jan just placed the theater because, as Ollie said, the Romans were big fans of entertainment. This is also a really nice part about an Anno game. Yes, you can place your buildings top down, but also if you zoom in, you will see so many small stories, like here in this theater, where the actors are currently rehearsing and waiting for the audience to arrive. And actually, I don't know, it kind of feels like us the last couple of weeks.
Oh, definitely.
When we prepared for this panel.
Yeah, the difference is we're not getting stabbed during the rehearsals. Like
thank God. Yeah.
So
thank God that the Ubisoft Minds office is a little bit more civilized.
Very safe place. Oh no.
Yeah, it is actually more of a drama that they are rehearsing here, I guess.
Yeah, there are plenty of these stories throughout the throughout the world, so you can find them in all kinds of public service buildings, be it the theater, but also marketplace, or just the road. So if you zoom in, if you either have played or will still play there, or of course starting September 2nd when we release our demo, and you can check out the game. Really take some time to just zoom in and look at some of these stories and some of the things that you can find inside the game, the kind of stories that the team put in. So that was the Roman way. I think that one thing I want to look at is the villa.
Let's have a look at the villa.
Because obviously as a Roman governor you can build your villa in the game. There's also some functionality tied to it, but it's a topic for a different day. We just want to look at your villa itself. You build a little park there,
You know, every good governor needs a little park to relax in after a hard day of governing, you know.
Nice.
Yep.
After eating garum, it's nice to relax with a fountain.
Go for a little walk, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, and there is also something that looks very familiar to me, right?
Yeah, so this is based on the first contest we did for Anno 117 Pax Romana, first community contest, where we asked you to design a statue for the game that was then implemented or designed in 3D by our art team and put it to the game. So this is the winning statue decided by community vote, the winning design. The god Anosius, as the designer called it.
Yeah.
The name of the person, of the user, was Hidden Moon 79, I think. Hidden Moon, at least. I'm not sure about
Hidden
the number.
Moon, yeah.
So this is now the final thing, and everyone will be able to build this community-created statue in their game on release. So
yeah. But we've now seen a lot about the Romans. There is this other way of upgrading, right? So maybe we can change real quick to our Celtic settlement that Jan prepared. Ah, perfect. Thank you, Jan. So if you decide to upgrade the Celtic way, you will meet the smiths. Those are really hardworking Celts that are very proud of their traditions. And once you fulfilled the needs of those smiths, they will grow in a more senior population tier, which are called the aldermen, that Jan also already upgraded. Thank you, Jan.
now we're back to the beard topic from earlier. Like these Celts, they still love their beards in contrast to the Romans, right? Yes.
Coming from Bavaria, I can actually really relate to this. But yeah, also here we can see tier 3 buildings are very much different from from the noble tier 3 buildings. And they are also really detailed. You can see a lot of paintings and knots, Celtic knots, integrated into those buildings, which I personally think is really lovely. I'm a huge fan of the Celtic architecture. Yeah, but also our Celts have certain needs. Ollie already told you about the beer, but there is also a public service building that we should definitely have a look at. And I think I already saw it a little bit. Yeah, this is the Elders Council, the public building that your alderman will ask you for. It really is some kind of city center for your Celtic settlements. As you can see, it's quite big as well. And this is where your Celtic aldermen will come together with their friends to drink a beer, or maybe two, who knows?
Or three, yeah.
Or three, yeah. It's probably where they also are joking about the Romans. Or discussing their beard secrets.
Yes, how to grow the best mustaches in Albion.
For example, yeah.
Yeah, so the tier 3, we talked about culture and how to bring that culture into the game, and or how the locals embracing Roman culture sticking to Celtic culture. One big aspect of culture back then, or well, still today, but we're talking about our game, of course, is the topic of religion. So Anno 117 Pax Romana has a religion system that is based on the beliefs of back then, with the polytheistic religion system of both the Romans and the Celts had quite a pantheon of gods that they worshipped. Every god had its unique little area of expertise, so to say. There was one is for trading, one is for the water, like oceans, a god for the fields, all these things. And so this is also featured in Anno 170 Pax Romana, where you can worship a variety of deities on your islands. And to do that, you will have to place a temple of sorts. In this case, in the Celtic region, it's the Phanom. And you're already worshipping one goddess in that Phanom, Jan.
Yeah, Minerva. She's really good for knowledge and so you can do some research real quicker. Well, we can go back to that a bit later. Let's find a god that's a bit more fitting for the island, maybe. Something a bit more Celtic, like this guy. It's pretty cool.
He does look appropriately Celtic, yes.
I would say so, yeah.
Let us switch it around then and see the updated change to the Phanom already.
Wow. I really love that the choice of god also feeds into how your building is looking. And as we can see here, Cernunnos is the god of nature and wilderness, and the Phanom now has a more overgrown look, like it's really taken by nature. So should we have a closer look at Cernunnos for a second?
Let's have a look.
As you can see right now, here on the left corner, Cernunnos provides you with a certain type of buffs, specifically with buffs for your forest and marsh productions. And it is really also depending how much he is worshipped on your island. Right now, the level of belief in Cernunnos is growing, and you will unlock certain more benefits. The more people that are worshipping him, the more benefits you will get.
Or the stronger the benefits are. Like, for example, this production bonus you just mentioned is getting stronger. So you will have that bonus, but it gets ever stronger the further you progress, and the higher the level of devotion is for the god.
Absolutely. So we have local buffs, but there are also global buffs that we can talk about. As we can see here, we can unlock the Shrine of Cernunnos as a first bigger buff. And then there are buffs like, for example, that forest production buildings give you extra resources if you have the required amount of people worshipping Cernunnos. And who honestly doesn't say yes to extra resources, right?
Extra goodies is always nice.
Yeah.
So there are a variety of buffs depending on the deity, so you will probably want to choose them depending on which situation you're in right now, what you're producing or what you're intending to do with that island. Is it an agricultural island? Is it an island that you intend to use to recruit units, like then you would worship Mars on that island, these kind of things. But I've seen, Jan, that some of the deities are not unlocked yet. They have that little lock symbol. So how do I unlock the, what's the name? Epona?
Epona, yeah. So luckily we did some quality of life, and we can just click directly here, and it opens directly to the research menu, and it shows us directly Epona. Now, of course, I've played a lot already, and she's ready to be researched, but we don't have 1.5 hours, so Let's not do that. But we can have a look. And then a bit further up here, we have another one. Mercury Lugos.
Yep, basically a mix of like a Celtic and a Roman deity that have similar responsibilities, essentially. And on the left, we have Chenunas that you already unlocked that is currently being worshipped in the temple. Then, of course, the research tree, discovery tree is a little bit bigger than that. There are plenty of researchers, not just to unlock deities, but also to unlock military units, improvements, like the Legionnaires here, improvements for military units, improvements for your economy, there are new public service buildings to unlock. So really, like, if you go all in on the research tree, and you will have to spend a bit of time to unlock all that, it really, you can specialize and boost whatever area you currently want to focus on. And then, obviously, there's an order in which you need to unlock them. There's certain milestones that you need to reach, like this one here, that you first have to reach to continue to progress through the research tree. And then there are also some discoveries that are unique to a specific province. They only really have a use in one specific province. And one of them we want to show you right here in this right now is the marsh drainage, because you might remember the marshland from earlier, where the Celts, they know how to use it. They use it for production chains, but we went for the Roman path earlier, and the Romans, they don't really know what to do with marsh. It's an obstacle. They don't want to build anything in the marsh. It's not a nice area to be in, but it's a solution for that problem.
Yeah.
For the Romans, it's a problem.
Definitely. So, Jan, would you show us what we can do?
Let's have a look. But before we do that, I see we have a little festival ready.
Right, the Saturnalia.
We changed the gods, and the island is happy. So, and we're a very generous governor, so we will pay for this party. You know, it's important.
Paying for parties is always important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keep the island happy. And then while we wait on the festival to start, we can...
Maybe you want to switch the time a little bit so it's not quite as dark. Yes. There we go.
Okay. Magic.
So, Jan, how do I drain the swamp? The marsh?
We have these slots, and then you can place the sluice gates. And then the water is already ready here, and we can start dragging around. Connect it to the other side. And then we just sit and wait. And you can see it's terraforming already.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting also historically, because this is something, the technology of draining marshes is something that the Romans were really good at, and in Rome itself they also used it and converted marshland into actual proper building space, and they definitely need it. Those wheat farms require a lot of wheat fields, and at some points you will just run out of space on your island if you decide to Romanize. And you can also, of course, place your Roman residence buildings there. That is also absolutely no problem. And create another settlement on the drained marsh.
And
there is also
sorry, Lisa, no, go ahead, please.
But there is also something else that we can already see that Jan provided here on the drained marshes. We actually have the military feature of Anno 117 Pax Romana. Of course, we have traditional ship combat, but we also have land combat and land units. And combat is really something that is not new for Anno games. It has always been there. It started with Anno 1602. Anno 1602 back in 1998, and it continued to be a feature in all games of the series. But it is an optional feature, and I think this is really important to say. If you're somebody that doesn't want to engage in military or combat, you don't have to. It is up to you. And
you can just be friends with everyone via the diplomacy you just hovered over. So there's a diplomatic way of getting along with everyone, making friends, having good relationships with everyone. Or if you pick easy opponents, they're obviously much easier to get along with, nice one. Or you can disable them and like remove all possible threats right from the thing. And if you really want to engage with war, there are far more difficult opponents, ones that you might want to go with war with, and then you might want to recruit some units first. Yeah. And since we're in Albion, there are some unique units that you can only recruit in Albion, and one of them are the axe bearers. Yeah.
Perfect. As you can see, the axe bearers, they are not a big fan of heavy armor. However, they love to carry around their huge axes, and those axes also deal a certain impressive amount of damage to other units. And since they're so big and heavy, they also have an armor-piercing bonus, which means that, for example, Legionnaires really don't have a nice time meeting Axemen on the field.
So these make excellent shock troops that deal a lot of damage up front. And then there's the cavalry unit, which is very, very different, and also the way you would use it is very, very different. There's other chariots with their... Usually it's not that fast to recruit units that we have to add. I think there's a strategic element to when you want to recruit units. It usually takes a few moments. We're just speeding things up here. They have their cute little ponies. But they are a cavalry unit, yes, but they are a ranged cavalry unit. So they have always two people on the chariot. One is steering, the other one is throwing spears. So it's not a unit you want to send into close combat, but one that you want to walk or run around the enemy, don't want to get engaged, and pepper your opponents with spears from a distance, essentially. So they all fulfill their own little niches, and you can mix them up in your overall military usage.
Yeah.
Very quickly, I think we want to maybe touch on the wall fortification.
I think so, yeah, because as you can already see, we have different types of fortification. Jan already built some wooden palisades, which you can unlock in the discovery tree. And those wooden palisades, they will keep your enemies busy for a while, but not for too long, because infantry can actually take them down with torches. But there is another type of wall that we can place, which is the stone walls. And it's actually so nice that if you place it over a street, there is this little arch coming in. And as you can see, what Jan does here is also placing towers into it. Stone walls will require your enemy to bring some artillery. So yes, they are a little bit more expensive for you, but also they will keep your island way more safe. And what's also really nice about walls is that you can place districts with those walls if you don't want to engage in military. Then use the walls as a feature to build some districts and to use them in your beauty building, which I think is also a really nice way of doing it. Yeah.
Talking about beauty, I think, Jan, if you could pick out, I think the festival started, right? The parade started for the Charinalia. Oh no, it just finishes, but it'll come back in a second, I'm pretty sure. People are already waiting anxiously to see the parade coming. So with this in the background, I think if we can switch to the Q&A. Lisa, I've been told there already are a few questions.
Let's have a quick look. I will start.
Only the nice ones, please.
I mean, that's the nice part of our community. I don't really think that we will have evil people asking evil questions.
And we see the parade now starting with like some horses. You can also see the respective religious, in a moment, like a statue or an idol of the respective deity also being carried there. You can see carried through the city. But sorry, Lisa, there are some questions, right?
Yes, the first question that I have here is, hi, I haven't played any Anno game since Anno 1602. Is this new Anno beginner friendly, or do I need to experience the previous iterations first? Thanks. Well, honestly, I would say Anno 117 Pax Romana is definitely also suited for beginners. We have 2 different provinces, and I would recommend to start out in Latium. If you are a beginner, it's a little bit more easy. And also, Anno 117 Pax Romana has improved onboarding. And we also have a story mode that can also function as kind of a tutorial to help you get into the game.
Yeah, but also Latium is, I think, closer to the experience if you played 1602 last. I think that's closer to the classical Anno experience. Well, as you've seen, Albion, the other province, has a few differences and some changes, so so the other one will be easier to get into for sure. But yeah, there's no continuous story that you need to experience. You can absolutely have, after a long break, start again with Anno 117 Pax Romana, for sure.
Yeah. The next question that I have here is, which monument will be buildable in Albion? Maybe this is something that we can look into here?
Yeah. I mean, there's some big buildings on both sides, right? There's some the Roman Forum or the baths. We haven't unlocked them yet, so would have to go a bit further. And the same way on the Celtic side, there are some really big buildings like I think you built that already, right? The
Sacred Grove.
Sacred Grove, this one here. There's like really a large building with its own like little unique aspect of it, like that ancient tree on a tiny hill or a stone circle. So there are these kind of large buildings as well that provide bonuses, as you've seen in the vicinity as well. You need quite a bit of building space for that, so you need to figure out where to best place those.
Absolutely, and this is where also, for example, if you want to build a big bathhouse, where the Romanization feature of marsh drainage comes in really handy to get you more building space.
Yep.
The next question I have here is, will there be storms at land and sea, and with which effects?
Storms? I mean, there's rain, right? So that we have, and there is some more wind going on and different, and like do we have thunderstorms? I remember we have rainbows, but you have a little bit, right?
There will be some lightning and thunder,
but it's very much a cosmetic thing. So it doesn't have an impact. It doesn't impact fire safety. It doesn't make people less or more happy. So it's very much a thing that is really just a cosmetic thing to transfer and transport the mood of the province and make it like build that contrast to Latium, where it's very much a different setting, where the sun is different. Everything seems a bit brighter.
Absolutely. Next question is also related to Anno 1800. Will there be a pendlakai like in Anno 1800, so people can ship to other islands and can work there?
That would be too easy, I would say.
Yeah.
At least on release, there's no such feature. We think that you need to set up cities on each island eventually to have the number of production, number of population, workforce. Who knows what might happen later, but obviously managing your population, managing that workforce is a big part also of the challenge and the puzzling aspect that we want to bring with our game. So yeah.
Next question, I think we already answered, is will there be battles on land? Yes, we've just looked at land combat. In total, there will be 11 land units that you can use. And yeah, it is really up to you. Combat is an optional feature.
Yeah, but you can send units to other islands via ship. So this is the thing. Like you need to send the units first and to invade someone. Then you can have these battles against islands that you think should be yours, essentially. Yes.
Yeah. Next question, is there a narrative campaign in this Anno? And first of all, yes, we will have a story that you can play and that you can experience in the game. It, as I said before, functions as a tutorial, but we won't spoil too much of the story. This will be one of the topics that we are covering after Gamescom. Anno 117 Pax Romana releases in November, and this also means that there will be a couple of topics that we will talk about on the Anno Union, which is our brand website, and always a really good source of information about what's happening with Anno. Yeah. Next one is the decision for Roman or Celtic for the whole session, or do I decide for each island?
You decide on one island first, and then you progress through the game, and you reach tier 3, and then after a little bit, you will be able to mix them, just like we have done here on this island.
Yeah.
And but you can, it's totally up to you if you want to have one island that's completely Romanized and just have that, or one that's completely Celtic. That is also up to you. Freedom of choice is nice.
Yeah. That is totally fair. And you as a governor decided to build 2 separate districts, so the Celts and the Romans are not really mixed. But this is also up to the governor, up to the player, to mix their settlement or to keep them separate. Next one is, how complex will the production chains become towards the end?
I mean, you can show the chariots, for example, or the glass, right? So it goes about multiple. This one even is something that requires all the goods from the other province to be imported first, so that you can then start producing it. And then there's obviously the other provinces as well, which have more also population tiers with their own needs, their own production chains. So I think showing is the best way of like giving you an idea of how of the complexity and how many steps there are in the production chains.
That's right. Next up, we have what content will the demo contain? And I guess we're talking about the demo that you can play here at Gamescom. It is possible for you to play 30 minutes of Anno 117 Pax Romana, which also means you will stay fairly in the early game. It is up to you to choose either Latium as your starting province or Albion. And yeah, so for example, in Albion, you can definitely experience everything that you've seen so far. There are some features that you might not come to, like for example, military, which is a mid to late game feature, and it's probably not really reachable within 30 minutes.
Also, some of the higher population tiers are disabled for the demo, so you won't reach the nobles or the aldermen essentially. And but you can check out both provinces, and in Albion you can choose either way. And if you then talk about the demo that's planned for September, which is basically based on the demo that you can play here, but you can play it for 60 minutes, so it's longer than you can play here. But it offers the same level of content. So there are some limitations in terms of how much content is in a demo, but you can really take your time. You can play these 60 minutes per save game as many times as you want. Essentially, really explore both provinces, both ways in Albion, and a lot of features. Look at the details as much as you want.
Yeah, and the downloadable demo is available on September 2nd on PC, meaning Ubisoft Connect and Steam and Epic probably.
Yes.
And yeah. Here we have, could you show the harbor and the trade route menu real quick?
I haven't really set up a lot of trade, but we can have a real quick look. So I currently only have this one setup right now. That's transporting a bit from this island to this and from here. And I haven't really focused on harbor on this island, so it's not that amazing right now, but there is plenty of things you can build later on. We have the quay system, so you can definitely make more of these.
So you could also upgrade the trading post higher, right? We should be able to, yes. And then it looks a bit fancier and definitely more Roman, because after all, you are Roman governors, so some of the buildings are, like the villa, are very much held in Roman style. Then there are buildings like the shipyard, etc. We can build ships, cranes to repair ships if you've researched them. You build them already, these kind of things, yeah.
Absolutely. I do have another question, this time for military. Can artillery kill troops or only destroy walls?
They should be able to definitely kill troops too. Like,
yeah,
it might not be in the same damage category. Like, you definitely might have a couple of more of them, but should be possible.
Yeah. To the point where, for example, catapults that are not very accurate, they might even damage your own units if they get hit if they're too close to the impact area, for example. So yes, you can use them against infantry as well. Catapults, mostly you want to use them against buildings, but there are also ballistas that are specific anti-infantry units, so that they are far more precise, and you can actually directly use them against infantry or cavalry, for that matter.
We have one question that is targeting our diplomacy menu. Can you describe some of the diplomacy options? Is there a non-combat way to take competitors' islands?
I would say this is something we want to actually cover still in the coming months. We actually already have talked to our game designer for the diplomacy system, Dominic, and we agreed on a live stream probably in September. So that's something where we cover that topic in far more detail, show you the menu. We also really didn't introduce a lot of the characters that you can meet in the game. So that's something we specifically keep for them, and go into far more detail in a few weeks.
Another question that we have here is, are there Asterix and Obelix in the game as end bosses?
End bosses in an Anno game? I don't know.
I haven't met them so far.
But I think what we can say without going into detail, because there are quite a few references to all kinds of things in the game, both like hidden from our art team. I've seen some graffiti on some walls, but also our writers were quite inventive when it comes to like referencing quests and building and item descriptions. So I think you will find a few like pop culture references or things like this in the game, definitely, yes.
That's nice. We have a question from our Twitch chat here. Will certain production buildings need workforce from a specific culture? For example, buildings that only work with Mercator workforce instead of smiths?
So they would correspond to the workforce that we... so if you play the brooches, you would have to have them, the Mercators to represent them here. But you would still be able to have like the waiters for like the smaller jobs. So it's mostly corresponding with the tier.
Yep. So yes, our production chains unique to each path you chose, and they need respective workforce.
Yeah, and I would say we are already a little bit over time.
Oh, we got time if there are more questions. I mean, my voice is still here, barely, but it's there. So if you have like a few more questions, I think we are happy to take some. But if you feel like we went through them all, then
all right.
Good. It's 6:45, so.
Let me see. Are there already planned additional factions like Germanic faction people or Carthage? This is something post-launch targeting. I do think that some of the people already spotted that, yes, there will be a year one pass for Anno 117 Pax Romana, and yes, there are already some artworks out there that kind of like depict the content or the type of content that can be in there. But for now, we are actually really focusing on the game and shipping the game first.
Obviously, the first thing you want to do is go to space. So the last DLC of the year one is going to space, because what's cooler than space Romans, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Then we have a question from Only Cats Twitch TV. Do cats play a role in controlling pest control at the granaries and other food storage within this game?
Not really, but there are very nice feedback units around the city. You can find some cats, and yeah, they're all around.
I think it's actually something that is worth mentioning. Eos, our animator, has hosted some type of small contest within the Anno team where we could submit our cats, and I think we could vote on them, or it was a random.
I think she randomly.
Yeah. So you can find some cats of some devs inside of the game, strolling around.
Yeah.
So not a feature, but definitely something you can discover. Yes.
Cats definitely play a role, but yeah. Let me see what I can find. Can you show a battlefield? Unfortunately, I think today.
Don't really have a setup for it right now, so it doesn't quite work.
We did a live stream a few weeks or 2 months ago, something like this. So we want to go to the Anno Game Twitch channel. We will probably still find a VOD where we had with our game director Jan and our game designer Marcus. We went really far deeper in the topic of military and combat with a lot of scenes where we can have some videos on land combat and some big fight scenes. So I think this is the best place for you to go, and if you want to check out how that looks like in action, to check out the blog post and specifically also the live stream.
One other question that we got is, what are the biggest and newest quality of life improvements that we have with Anno 117 Pax Romana?
I think one we already showed, or Jan, you already showed the active pause, which I think is quite a big quality of life feature, right?
It is so nice to be able to just pause the game, build, place the houses, set up the whole production chain, not getting yelled at because you're missing resources. You know, it's perfect.
So it really takes a lot of the pressure out of the game. If you get easily stressed or just want to take a deep breath, you can pause the game, set up everything, and if you're happy, then you unpause and everything continues. The production chains continue, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Let me browse through one time again.
Also, since we're already here in Albion, it's not just a quality of life thing, but maybe it's something for the beauty bill that's a quality of life thing. That we now have diagonal roads, and the roads even like do little curves if you build them in a certain angle. So it's not just 90 degrees, but the cities can look far more organic if that's something that's really important for you, to not just build as efficient as possible, but build like nice, organic, beautiful settlement with ornaments and roads. Then the roads can really like shape much more nicer, especially for the Celts. That's for the Romans, they love sticking to their grid, right? But for the Celts, you can really build far more beautiful, organic-looking settlements.
Yeah, that's true. Will life and production go on undisturbed if there is land combat happening in the city? I think it really depends, right? What the enemy units are targeting.
Yeah. So if the buildings are in the way of troops, if they're getting attacked, if they're getting damaged, then yes, it definitely disturbs that. If not, then it continues for a while at least, but you can obviously besiege islands and so forth as that trade was getting interrupted, these kind of things. And there are also two different types of war. There's a all-out war where you can do everything, you can attack everything, but there's also a food types of war, which is essentially like a limited type of war, which you agree with your opponents on, where trading ships are off limits and also civilian buildings. So it's really just about, if you have a problem with someone or like, I really want that island, then you can declare this kind of limited war. Then it's just about taking an island and then the war is over. So yes, depends.
Absolutely. Here we have one more question. I think it will be the last one. Will it be possible to switch in first-person view?
What is that?
Shall we be nice?
Should we? Really?
Let's be nice.
Let's be nice.
Or change. It's the end of the day. So yes, the answer is yes. There is, of course, after 1800, we couldn't really not do the first-person mode. So yes, you can build your cities and then walk through them. I think it's important to mention this is more like an Easter egg. It's not something that we support as like a key feature. So you might see some glitches. The game is not optimized for this view, but it's a cool feature we thought, so we had to bring it back and let you walk through your cities.
And I actually think this is a real nice end shot to end our presentation with. This one might be familiar to you if you have seen our play booth. I can really encourage you to try and play Anno 117 Pax Romana. I think it's worth every minute you spend it, but I also might be biased here. On that note, thank you so much for being here today. Also, thank you to the Twitch chat. It has been a real pleasure talking about Anno with you guys. And yeah, have a fantastic Gamescom, everybody. The exit is up there, and we also have some goodies for you that you can take with you. Thank you.
Thank you.